Benvenuti a Roma, benvenuti al Ministero dell'Ambiente. Apriamo subito i lavori con i saluti del Presidente Prefetto Stefano Laporta, Presidente di ISPRA, che porgerà ovviamente i saluti del nostro istituto e che aprirà praticamente i lavori. Presidente.
Grazie, buongiorno a tutte e a tutti. Intanto un saluto e un ringraziamento ai colleghi del Ministero dell'Ambiente e della Sicurezza Energetica che ci ospitano in questa bella struttura nell'Auditorium, che è un po' la sede anche naturale per esporre i risultati di questo progetto importante. Un saluto poi ai colleghi, Guerri non c'è, ma in rappresentanza arriverà, a Eugenio Duprè. Un saluto anche al rappresentante del comandante generale delle Capitanerie di Porto che è qui con noi, e a tutte e a tutti voi. Io ancora non ho capito, dottor Ricci, se devo parlare in inglese o in italiano. Per me è uguale, quindi
inizia a parlare in italiano, poi eventualmente...
In italiano.
Vai.
Allora, però un salutino lo voglio fare in inglese. So, good morning to everyone and thank you very much for your presence here. I don't know how many people or many colleagues is here coming from other countries, but in any case, I think that these projects and the results of these projects are possible only with a strong cooperation between researchers and colleagues from some different countries, also for the complexity and the dimension of this problem. So thank you very much for your support. Thank you very much for your job with us. And of course, I am sure that after this day, we will continue to work together on this important matter, on this important project, not also for my institute, for our institute, but also for the minister and for the other bodies and institutions involved in these important activities. So, torno a parlare in italiano. Sono davvero contento di introdurre questa mattina questo momento di condivisione dei risultati finali di questo progetto del LIFE CONCEPTU MARIS, formulato, ideato, portato avanti nella consapevolezza che il nostro mare, il Mare Nostrum, il Mar Mediterraneo sta subendo dei cambiamenti importanti a causa delle crescenti pressioni antropiche, anche poi per effetto di altri fenomeni. Pensiamo all'impatto dei cambiamenti climatici, e che in particolare i cetacei e le tartarughe marine sono tra le specie più a rischio, nonostante siano bioindicatori importanti, poiché il loro benessere e quindi il loro stato di salute riflette l'integrità della rete alimentare in ogni sua componente. Questo progetto ha affinato e consolidato un sistema multidisciplinare di monitoraggio di cetacee e tartarughe marine su scala mediterranea. Ha coinvolto il Mediterraneo occidentale e la regione adriatica, e questo ha permesso di raccogliere dati integrabili con quelli preesistenti e utili per diversi paesi, oltre che per il nostro, per la Spagna, per la Francia, e ha permesso anche di giungere alla compilazione del report senso articolo 17 della direttiva Habitat, cioè il rapporto tecnico periodico ogni 6 anni inviato dagli Stati membri alla Commissione europea per comunicare lo stato di conservazione degli habitat e della specie di interesse comunitario, nonché ha consentito di popolare i dati sui rifiuti marini ai sensi della direttiva sulla strategia marina. Nell'incontro di oggi, che è molto denso, sarà sicuramente molto utile, denso di riflessioni tecniche, di contributi scientifici, saranno tra le altre cose illustrati i protocolli di monitoraggio per la raccolta dati, le analisi, gli strumenti utilizzati, le attività effettuate con gli stakeholders marittimi e una possibile strategia di sostenibilità nel medio-lungo periodo. I risultati di questo progetto, del progetto LIFE CONCEPTU MARIS, non rappresentano solo un traguardo scientifico, tecnico-scientifico importante, ma anche un segnale concreto che il nostro istituto vuole condividere con voi, con tutti i partner coinvolti e con le istituzioni che hanno contribuito a questo progetto, ma che soprattutto lavorano con noi alla tutela di questo enorme patrimonio che abbiamo e di cui dovremmo essere forse maggiormente consapevoli anche ai fini della sua valorizzazione, cioè il nostro patrimonio marino. Dati e conoscenze che contribuiranno, come in altri contesti che si occupano di tutela dell'ambiente, anche, ci auguriamo, e sono contento di vedere qui tante ragazze e tanti ragazzi, a sviluppare quella cultura della sostenibilità che in questo caso mette al centro il valore della biodiversità marina, ma che più in generale, cultura della sostenibilità è fondamentale se vogliamo percorrere poi la strada verso lo sviluppo sostenibile, verso una transizione ecologica giusta, inclusiva, realistica, pragmatica. Allora, io davvero mi avvio alla conclusione, poi mi scuso, ma vi devo lasciare perché poi ci sono giornate in cui si concentrano, questo voi non lo sapete, ma neanche io lo so preliminarmente, ma si concentrano 3-4 impegni che le colleghe e i colleghi diciamo inseriscono poi nella programmazione delle attività dell'istituto. Quindi vi devo lasciare perché alle 11 ho un video collegamento con un altro convegno che si sta tenendo contemporaneamente a Firenze, sempre sulla biodiversità, e poi aggiungo, chiuderò oggi alle 13 in istituto il momento di riflessione che ogni anno facciamo per la giornata internazionale per l'eliminazione della violenza contro le donne. Quindi in questo senso, anche qui oggi, trattando peraltro un argomento scientifico, però desidero rivolgere un pensiero a tutte le ragazze, a tutte le donne presenti, e non solo del nostro istituto, ma anche più in generale di tutta la nostra comunità. Quindi grazie davvero per il vostro contributo, per la vostra dedizione, per la vostra competenza, per la visione che avete saputo mettere in campo, ma anche per quella passione che mettiamo nel nostro lavoro e che è quell'ingrediente in più necessario per poter fare al meglio un lavoro come il nostro in una materia così bella, ma anche così attuale e delicata. Grazie davvero a tutte e a tutti e buon lavoro.
Grazie Presidente Laporta.
Non lo devo ripetere in inglese, va bene
No,
così.
no, va bene così, grazie. Allora, adesso il collega in rappresentanza del direttore generale Alessandro Guerri, che comunque ci raggiungerà. Grazie.
Sì, grazie, benvenuti al Ministero dell'Ambiente e della Sicurezza Energetica. Io porto i saluti per il momento del direttore Guerri, della Direzione Affari Europei e Internazionali del Ministero, che è la direzione che si occupa anche del programma LIFE, è la direzione in cui è incardinato il punto di contatto nazionale LIFE. Io sono Federico Benvenuti, sono sia membro italiano del comitato LIFE, il comitato a livello europeo, che punto di contatto nazionale LIFE per l'Italia. Quindi noi abbiamo, come sapete, un ruolo principale nel sostenere i candidati italiani sui vari temi, incluso ovviamente il tema natura e biodiversità, ma anche di contribuire alla diffusione dei risultati dei progetti italiani, quindi a capofila italiano in particolare, attraverso tutti i nostri canali di comunicazione o le nostre iniziative. Quindi sarà un piacere ascoltare i risultati del progetto coordinato da ISPRA, che sappiamo essere uno dei principali beneficiari di LIFE in Italia, e quindi complimenti. E niente, seguiremo con interesse la giornata, e il direttore, come è stato annunciato, passerà più tardi per un saluto e un intervento. Lui torna dalla COP30 di Belém, quindi magari ci parlerà anche di qualche collegamento tra l'importante tema dei cambiamenti climatici e le interconnessioni con natura e biodiversità. Grazie a tutti e buon lavoro.
Grazie, e adesso la parola al collega Eugenio Duprè, che è anche lui in rappresentanza del direttore generale Francesco Thomas, direttore generale del TBM. Prego Eugenio.
Grazie, grazie a tutti. Porto i saluti del direttore Thomas, che oggi non riesce proprio a passare, però volevo da parte del direttore ringraziare per questo momento, per l'opportunità, per l'attività di questo progetto, dei progetti LIFE che ISPRA segue, e in questo senso ricordare anche un aspetto importante su cui credo che ognuno per la sua parte dovremo impegnarci. Il programma LIFE, per come è disegnato adesso, sembra non proseguire con la prossima programmazione economica europea, Ci sono diverse iniziative in atto per evidenziare l'importanza per la conservazione della biodiversità di questo programma, l'enorme contributo che ha dato in Europa, ma in particolare in Italia. Vi invito nella misura, nelle forme in cui ritenete utile, di mandare un messaggio rispetto a questo tema. Credo che sia un aspetto rilevante per continuare a impegnarci sulla conservazione della biodiversità. Come si sta disegnando al momento il nuovo programma economico europeo, lasciando tutti i fondi indefiniti, indistinti, senza allocazioni specifiche, rischia probabilmente di togliere importanti risorse alla conservazione della biodiversità e quindi un contributo importante al progresso complessivo, al benessere del sistema europeo nazionale, anche in relazione, e poi ne parlerà Guerri, insomma, ai cambiamenti climatici. Non possiamo pensare a una lotta ai cambiamenti climatici sganciata dalla conservazione della biodiversità. Quindi è un mio invito, appello anche in questa sede rispetto a questo tema. Arrivando più specificamente al progetto LIFE di oggi, per noi come Ministero è un progetto importante, interessante sotto diversi aspetti. Come Direzione Generale ci occupiamo dell'attuazione della strategia marina, della Convenzione di Barcellona, dell'attuazione della direttiva Habitat. Sono tutti accordi, direttive in cui la conservazione dei grandi cetacei e tartarughe marine sono importanti e dove queste specie sono forse quelle dove abbiamo il maggior gap conoscitivo. Quindi quello che avete realizzato credo che sia importante come tassello informativo per avere poi politiche di conservazione efficaci. Solo un invito nel post-life, che a questo punto, cioè oggi avremo una giornata di presentazione, ma sto guardando, diciamo, al giorno dopo il post-life. Credo che sia importante l'invito a ISPRA, in quanto è il nostro partner privilegiato, cercare di integrare questo bagaglio di conoscenze in maniera organica con tutte le attività che condividiamo come Ministero con ISPRA per attuare nella maniera migliore possibile le politiche della direttiva Habitat, della strategia marina, e sono forse le due normative principali, anche se c'è sicuramente altri riferimenti. Chiudo qua, ringrazio e passo la parola al dottor Ricci.
Allora, grazie al dottor Duprè, grazie Eugenio. Io innanzitutto mi devo presentare, perché alla fine faccio il one show man oggi, ma cercherò di dirigere a dovere la giornata. Io sono Luigi Ricci, sono il direttore del Dipartimento per il monitoraggio, la tutela ambientale e la conservazione della biodiversità. L'acronimo del Dipartimento è quello che conoscete in molti di voi, è BIO, quindi raggruppa un insieme di attività che caratterizza fortemente l'attività proprio di ISPRA. Colgo subito l'occasione per un passaggio. Ecco, è arrivato il collega, il direttore generale Alessandro Guerri, lo invito subito a prendere posto. Allora, facciamo così, continuo, chiudo la mia piccola parentesi, poi la riapro. Allora, passo subito la parola al dottor Guerri, perché sicuramente ci darà degli aggiornamenti, visto che è appena rientrato da Belen, e ringraziandolo soprattutto per la cortesia di essere presente oggi qui. Grazie. Prego, Alessandro.
Eccoci. Allora, grazie Luigi per la parola e grazie per avermi accolto, diciamo, in questa maniera molto cortese. Allora, intanto l'evento che voi presentate è di grande riferimento a livello nazionale per la tutela sia dei cetacei che delle tartarughe, ma soprattutto in questo periodo storico per noi del Ministero dell'Ambiente rappresenta un simbolo di quanto lo strumento LIFE sia strategico, strumento che noi stiamo cercando di difendere, perché sapete che nella revisione del quadro pluriennale finanziario dell'Unione Europea è supposto al momento essere, diciamo, soppresso, anche se forse non è il termine migliore, perché dicono che in realtà le medesime progettualità potrebbero essere supportate da due dei 4 portafogli che verranno creati, e quindi stiamo con, devo dire la verità, quasi una piattaforma quasi unitaria dei 27 paesi, che quasi tutti chiedono di mantenerlo autonomo, perché sapete che LIFE è uno dei pochi progetti autonomi a gestione diretta della Commissione, tipo l'Erasmus, e ancorché magari più settoriale, però diciamo, gode di grande considerazione. In particolare in Italia molte istituzioni come l'ISPRA, ma il WWF, i Carabinieri Forestali sono tra i beneficiari o proponenti di progetti LIFE, e l'Italia insieme alla Spagna è uno dei paesi che ha il maggiore assorbimento, quindi sarebbe per noi del tutto strategico mantenerlo. Poi faccio una digressione personale, diciamo, una ragazza che ci aiuta con i figli, che studia scienze naturali credo alla Sapienza o a Roma 3, e quando gli ho parlato una volta che conoscevo le dinamiche di LIFE, LIFE è la massima ambizione per noi che studiamo scienze naturali. Quindi diciamo che ho avuto anche questa il mio professore ne ha presentati, ne ha gestiti, e quindi questa grande percezione di rilevanza del progetto LIFE. E tuttavia dobbiamo prepararci, secondo me, allo scenario negativo. Quindi guardo soprattutto il buon benvenuti, perché faccio un parallelo con il CEF, che è un bando di investimenti, quei bandi gestiti dall'agenzia Cinea per investimenti in settori specifici, dove l'Italia ha un tiraggio, quindi una capacità di attrarre fondi molto limitata. E stiamo costruendo un gruppo di lavoro per capire come nel prossimo quadro finanziario l'Italia come sistema, sia enti pubblici che soggetti privati, diciamo, candidabili, possano aumentare quanto più possibile la presentazione di istanze. Perché nel caso che facevo di CEF Energia, noi in 7 anni abbiamo presentato 3 progetti, peggio di noi solo Malta, che ci sono stati anche finanziati, però diciamo l'Italia nel complesso non può performare così limitatamente, quindi stiamo cercando di costruire, di capire come intervenire per, come Sistema Italia, lavorare sempre di più con gli strumenti della Commissione, anche perché diciamo presumere un ritorno al passato, comunque un salto indietro, è molto difficile. Molte delle risorse del prossimo quadro pluriennale finanziario verranno affidate mediante bande competitivi gestiti direttamente dalla Commissione Europea, quindi anche nel caso di LIFE, se riuscissimo a mantenerlo autonomo e indipendente, bene, altrimenti dobbiamo riuscire a costruire un gruppo di lavoro partendo dai nostri delegati LIFE del Mase, più eventualmente anche colleghi di ISPRA, ma ripeto, come cerchiamo di fare nella strategia per lo sviluppo sostenibile, di creare una piattaforma complementare tra il personale di ruolo del Ministero e anche il terzo settore, l'associazionismo, che insieme a noi può renderci, diciamo, più efficienti, più completi e anche più al passo con i tempi. Quindi sul tema del LIFE, qualora sfortunatamente non riuscissimo a mantenere l'autonomia, vorrei dal giorno anche prima che ciò accada cominciare a lavorare per capire come tutto il sistema che si riferiva a LIFE fino ad oggi possa e sia pronto e sia istruito e possa essere accompagnato per continuare a operare con le medesime modalità, sebbene con strumenti diversi. Quindi questo qua è un impegno che mi assumo, e insieme sicuramente al nostro staff che su questo è molto motivato. Poi mi hanno fatto qui una scheda con tutte le statistiche sul tema di LIFE e la rilevanza in particolare di LIFE come supporto alla rete Natura 2000, che io per brevità non vi ripeto perché sicuramente li conoscete benissimo, e ringrazio ISPRA per la presentazione dei risultati ottenuti in questi 4 anni di attività da CONCEPTU MARIS. Ovviamente la protezione del Mediterraneo e in particolare sapete, noi abbiamo a nord di Sardegna e Corsica, che poi chiude con Monaco e la Liguria, il paradiso, il santuario dei cetacei. Quindi ovviamente per la nostra biodiversità è un progetto strategico. So quanti sono sia le università che gli enti di ricerca che in Italia si concentrano sulla tutela e dei cetacei e delle tartarughe, e quindi ISPRA è un'entità di massimo riferimento che garantisce indipendenza, terzietà e garanzia della tutela senza altri interessi del bene naturale. Quindi vi ringrazio siamo lieti di ospitarvi, vi ringrazio per il vostro impegno e ripeto, siamo a disposizione per capire come essere sempre più pronti in futuro a convogliare sull'Italia e al nostro terzo settore e di ricerca università il massimo delle risorse che possono provenire dall'Unione Europea, e ci vogliamo cominciare a lavorare da subito, ovviamente complementandoci con voi. Grazie mille.
Perfetto, grazie Alessandro. Dunque, adesso riprendo la parte mia, molto velocemente, così lasciamo spazio agli interventi dei colleghi. Io devo, visto che gran parte degli interventi sono stati esaustivi, voglio soltanto prendere in considerazione alcuni passaggi. Parto dall'ultimo, quello espresso dal collega Guerri, cioè la garanzia, l'impegno che ci sarà da parte del Ministero dell'Ambiente anche nei confronti del nostro grande interlocutore che è Bruxelles, di trovare delle soluzioni che vedano una garanzia di risorse economiche e finanziarie verso l'attività della ricerca. Questo senz'altro non verrà meno da parte del Ministero, e di questo ne siamo contenti e fiduciosi. Faccio un ulteriore passaggio sulla riflessione fatta dal collega Eugenio Duprè, e cioè il timore che si possano creare interferenze fra CONCEPTU Maris e altre attività che vedono l'Italia, il Ministero dell'Ambiente e ISPRA impegnati nel pieno rispetto della direttiva Habitat, Natura 2000 e soprattutto di strategia marina. Assolutamente. CONCEPTU Maris oggi è la dimostrazione che CONCEPTU Maris alla fine dei 4 anni praticamente ha dimostrato che può ed è necessario mantenerli in vita, in quanto completa una serie di informazioni che le altre attività di ricerca, come proprio anche strategia marina, fondamentali, importantissimi. CONCEPTU Maris completa il set degli strumenti informativi, e questo lo fa perché? Perché lo fa benissimo, perché si basa su 2 azioni fondamentali. Uno, il coinvolgimento di stakeholder estremamente importanti, come le compagnie di navigazione. Sono coloro che solcano il mare tutti i giorni, tutte le ore, per cui hanno la possibilità di verificare dal vivo le presenze di cetacei o per esempio anche quelle delle tartarughe, quindi questo lo fanno non solo per evitare che ci siano problemi di collisione, ma soprattutto fanno una vera e propria attività di censimento che è molto particolareggiato. L'altro aspetto è fondamentale, è quello anche del coinvolgimento, visto che del grande pubblico, visto anche che c'è ormai un sentiment culturale che ci avvicina e ci attenziona alle problematiche legate al mare e soprattutto ai grandi cetacei. Un altro aspetto fondamentale che noi dobbiamo garantire è che tutte queste attività devono svolgersi in piena armonia, perché se non c'è armonia fra le diverse attività di ricerca, il risultato non è mai completo. Le mezze verità non fanno bene a nessuno. Ogni attività ha una briciola di verità e noi dobbiamo garantire che tutto questo avvenga nel pieno rispetto di tutte le attività di ricerca e soprattutto senza creare sovrapposizioni. Questo è quello che mi sento personalmente di dire. Per quanto riguarda l'evento finale di oggi, di CONCEPTU MARIS, secondo me merita l'attenzione di un proseguimento, come ha detto Eugenio, in un post-life, sempre che ci saranno le risorse finanziarie per fare. Anche perché ormai, dopo 4 anni, la curiosità e le attenzioni non sono più italiane, ma il CONCEPTU MARIS ha visto, e questa è la cosa più bella, l'interessamento e il coinvolgimento di altri stati membri unionali, come Spagna, come Francia, e questo merita ulteriormente attenzione. Per cui io ringrazio tutti voi di essere qui presenti, ringrazio il parterre qui dal tavolo del convegno e direi subito, se non ci sono altri interventi, di passare subito con l'intervento della dottoressa Antonella Arcangeli. Grazie.
Allora, io ringrazio tantissimo gli interventi iniziali, sono stati veramente molto graditi. Ringrazio tutti voi per essere qui. We switch in English now, also because some people are here international, of course, and we have quite a lot of people also online. So we switch to a common language. And first of all, we would like to welcome you on board. And to do this, we show you a little bit of what we have been doing during those 4 years. Oh, thank you, Giulia.
An endless expanse of water, the open sea. Perhaps the wildest and most mysterious place on Earth. To our eyes, it may look like a blue desert, but beneath the surface, often hidden from view, it holds the most impressive animals on Earth. Whales. Even in the Mediterranean Sea, 8 species of cetaceans and 1 species of sea turtle are regularly encountered. These animals live most of their lives far from shore, in areas difficult to reach, harder still to study. The sea is simply too vast to explore in full detail. To gather meaningful data, new ideas are needed. The Life CONCEPTU MARIS project was born in 2021 to meet this challenge, adopting innovative and low-impact methods on a large scale. Ferry ships are ideal platforms for studying marine life offshore. They follow fixed routes, repeated regularly. By collaborating with major shipping companies since 2007, CONCEPTU Maris scientists now operate across much of the Western and Central Mediterranean along several routes. While the ship moves, researchers spend long hours scanning the horizon. From the command bridge, they look for whales, dolphins, and sea turtles. Each sighting is recorded using a shared protocol and feeding a growing database. Marine litter and marine traffic are also recorded during these surveys. More than 120 volunteers have been trained and involved directly in data collecting. After a specific training, they support researchers on board, becoming part of the team. Their help is essential for a project that spans such a large area. And while visual surveys happen on the bridge, another kind of monitoring happens in the engine room. There, researchers collect seawater samples, and in them, invisible clues, traces of DNA left behind by animals. This is called environmental DNA, or eDNA. It allows scientists to detect the recent presence of species, even if they haven't been seen directly. Other samples are taken for stable isotope analysis, to better understand the food web and the ecological roles of different species. All data are collected following a standardized protocol and included in common database, accessible to researchers. By the end of 2024, more than 6,200 records of sea turtles and cetaceans had been collected, enabling relative abundance estimates of cetaceans and sea turtles. High-quality data like those are used to build predictive models. They are built by correlating actual and historical sightings of cetaceans and sea turtles with a wide range of environmental variables, such as sea surface temperature, chlorophyll concentration, salinity, water depth, seafloor type, and many others. By analysing these complex relationships, researchers can identify patterns in habitat use and seasonal movements. This makes it possible to predict where and when certain species are most likely to be present, guiding conservation efforts with greater precision and conservation priorities for each species. Thanks to these observations, key areas for pelagic marine life have already emerged. The Alboran Sea and Strait of Gibraltar, a high-priority biodiversity area for all cetacean species, including deep divers like Cuvier's beaked whales and sperm whales. The Pelago Sanctuary in the Ligurian Sea, a key habitat for at least 6 cetacean species, and the perfect home for fin whales and striped dolphins. The Spanish Cetacean Migratory Corridor, important areas for many dolphins, and a key habitat for sperm whale and for the fin whale. The Tyrrhenian Sea, a shared core area supporting sea turtles, whales and dolphins, including deep diving and migratory species, In general, the Western Mediterranean is ecologically vital for all cetacean species, while the Adriatic is a crucial area, especially for the loggerhead sea turtle. Each species prefers specific types of habitats. For example, striped dolphins like deep, active offshore waters near canyons and seamounts, while bottlenose dolphins prefer coastal and continental shelf areas. Fin whales usually stay in cold, productive open sea waters, often linked to ocean upwelling. Thanks to environmental DNA, visual observations were confirmed, and new hints were developed on the presence of elusive species and the use of offshore areas, even in sites with few sightings. Stable isotope analysis made it possible to create a seasonal biochemical map of the waters of the Western Mediterranean and the Adriatic. The collected data identified priority feeding areas in the northwestern Mediterranean, but also in the Tyrrhenian and the Adriatic during the summer, supported both by direct observation and species distribution model. The Mediterranean Sea remains a challenging place for whales, dolphins, and sea turtles, with growing pressure from pollution and busy shipping routes. Marine litter is scattered across large areas, especially in the spring and summer, with hotspots in the Adriatic, Tyrrhenian, and Ligurian seas. This poses serious risks, especially for sea turtles and small cetaceans. Maritime traffic is intense across the Mediterranean, with ships following busy routes all year round. High-risk areas include the Alboran Sea, Strait of Gibraltar, Adriatic. Even the Pelago Sanctuary is note-set. More than 100 near-misses events, moments when ships came dangerously close to cetaceans, have been recorded, mostly involving fin, sperm, and beaked whales. Faster ships mean greater risk, and no area is truly safe. Life CONCEPTU MARIS shows the need for smart, flexible, and international action to protect marine life in the Mediterranean. Priority must go to key ecological hotspots and the ocean features that sustain them. From 2025, this knowledge will support a decision support system produced by Life CONCEPTU MARIS project to guide decision makers involved in marine conservation. Better coordination between countries can make a real difference. Because whales and sea turtles do not see borders, the open sea is a living world, in constant motion, still rich with mystery. And only by understanding it, we can hope to protect it better.
With the financial contribution of LIFE program of European Union.
So I thank you, Triton, for the beautiful sound and the beautiful video. I think you had a glance of what really we have been doing, that much better than a lot of talk. And I want to underline that this day is not only for us to show off our results and what we have been done, but really we would like you to have to think about what could be the future after the end of the life. As it was said before, this is the start of the new era. So we were working to see, to test a new approach and to see if we can gather information where there were very huge gap of information. And now we know that we can do something. The approach is well set, and we have quite a lot of data and information. The idea is from now on to share this information with you and to see how we can better make use of this data and this information. So this is just a start, just to let you know that we will ask you at the end of this day or during this day. So it's not for us just, but it's also for you to step on. And now, just to have a more boring idea of what the life is, the life CONCEPTU MARIS is 11 partners from different countries, and France, Spain, and Italy, but it is strongly supported by 6 ferry companies that has been working with us very nicely, and they supported the project in itself. But the project Life CONCEPTU MARIS grow in the ground of a very long-term partnership, I will say friendship, that started even in 2007, when we thought to start using a collaboration with the people working at sea to collect data in the really remote area of the high sea. So the ferry companies, to collect data on cetacean and sea turtle. But then we tested during those times several ideas, some crazy ideas. One was in 2018 with Elena Valsecchi from the University of Milano Bicocca. Just why don't we use also the ferry to collect water sample and filtering and try this new generation of the environmental DNA? At that time, it was completely new. Now it's environmental DNA is a growing stars in science. But then for some years, we were very concentrating on setting a standard protocol for collecting floating marine macroliter data. Also, at that time, marine litter wasn't so fancy, and we were trying to have information, but trustable information. So we set a lot of protocol to collect data by drone, boat, aerial survey, and what is. And the output of this is a huge protocol for collecting floating marine macroliter in coastal water and in high sea for the descriptor 10 of the marine strategy in Italy, but also in France. But then we knew that outside the Mediterranean, there were other networks using as well ferries or cargo to collect data on cetacean. So for all this time, we have been kindly working together with the other networks in order to align the goal and align the protocol. And so in this humus, the Life CONCEPTU MARIS came out trying to systematize the protocol, improving a lot of action. The Life is an exception of the Life program, the Article 11 Life. So it's dedicated to the Article 11 supporting and testing approach for the surveillance of the species of the Habitat Directive in the long term. And so directly supporting also the Article 17. And of course, because the Habitat Directive has a lot of connection with the others, the Life could support also other directives. First of all, the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, but also the Regional Sea Convention, because it gives information to populate the parameters like habitat, distribution, trend, abundance of the species. So which were the aim of the CONCEPTU MARIS? It was to make use of ferries transforming in floating laboratories for monitoring species and threat, using a multidisciplinary approach that include visual surveys, but also new techniques like the environmental DNA, but also the isotopes, stable isotope analysis, and the collection also of sensors and all the parameters. The idea was to try to fill the gap on spatiotemporal distribution of cetacean and sea turtle, especially in IC, where we still need a lot of data in general, but especially in the season that are not just the summer season. But also to build some tools that allowed us to maintain the output of the life and the data in the long term. But at the same time, we wanted to build a stronger relationship, a community of practice that could sustain this huge project in the long term. And so that's today. We divided, you will see today, a bit of the main output on all these aspects. So the first two are dedicated mostly on science, so the output regarding the species, divided for the 4 parameters, the abundance, range, trend, and habitat. The second one is dedicated to the threat, so the risk exposure for the species for the 2 main threats of maritime traffic and marine litter. And then in the afternoon, the other 2 aspects, the tools that the life develop and that we want to give to all the community and the policymakers to make use of what are the output of the life. And then the example of this community of practice that involve citizens, involve maritime staff, and involve all the advisory board. So just to give you a glance of how logical, the logical framework, because we wanted to collect data, filling the gap, but we know that we need to take care of all the steps of the information chain. What does it mean? That we need a standard protocol for collecting true and realistic data. But then we need to manage this huge amount of data in order to be feasible. Then we need to analyze this data in a trustable scientific way. And then we need to deliver, to transform this information in order to be accessible for policy, for being used for the policy. And this, of course, has been a huge work for us for setting all the multidisciplinary protocol and let them working together for setting all the harmonization of the data, building a huge database, and then testing all the metrics, analysis, and indicators that, for example, the legislative framework sustain, and see which are the best metrics or indicators to give us the results that we need. And then building a decision support system that translates this information in something very practical and easy to use for the policy. All this step has been transformed in very detailed deliverable of the project. So you can access all the description of all these steps through the deliverable of the project that are freely available at the project webpage. But then, as I said, all the project has been built in a very nice and huge community. That the advisory board of the project involved 40 organizations coming from different sectors that you see in different colors. So, of course, the partners, but all the organizations that deal with the conservation of cetacean, the maritime staff, the blue economy, but also, of course, the scientific community, but also local or regional or national authorities. We have been working particularly strongly with the maritime industry because they support us and allowed us to transform their ferry in research laboratory. And we give them a training course to allow increasing the knowledge on the biodiversity, marine biodiversity, conservation, and also the risk for the species for the maritime traffic. But it wasn't just in one sense. We asked them to help us identify the best mitigation measures, the more effective one, but also the more feasible from a maritime point of view. And then we make use, I would say, to all these numerous people that love the sea, that love these animals, and really would like not only to see them, but to help collecting data and to help conserving the species. And this for us was a very huge help because we have more than 20 fixed transit in all the Mediterranean, and we cross the sea 3-5 times each season. It means a lot of surveys that need a lot of people. 4-8 people are embarked for each survey, and citizens are being trained, and they are embarked with us and helping us collecting all this huge amount of data that we need. And then there is another aspect that really wasn't planned at the beginning of the project, wasn't written in the project, and by chance, and a lot of things happen by chance, and we know this. Today is, as we were saying, the International Day for the Woman. And we know that some colleagues proposed to leave an empty seat with a red shoe to remember that the violence against the woman of whatever kind is never an option. But we know that this is also something that doesn't belong just only to violence, but there are some gender imbalance that still are in our common way of doing. And so I want to show the experience we gain within the project. This project is largely carried out by women. And the women are still struggling in the daily lives due to these persistent gender stereotypes. And so over these 4 years, we have lived through many of the situations that the women commonly face while trying to balance work and caring. For example, for an elder parent at the end of their life, balancing professional responsibilities with family and children, or suddenly finding themselves alone and needed to rebuild the life for themselves, but also for a barely teenager son, or dealing with a breast cancer, or discovering pregnancy just a week after signing a new contract. And we learn that we need to stop constantly justifying ourselves at work whenever life demands our attention. We learn not to feel guilty for balancing care and career. We discover that we can include our lives within our work, and that there is another way of leading also at work, one that embraces flexibility, humanity, and solidarity. And so through this project, we transform the way we work so that it could adapt to our needs. And we supported one another instead of fearing to be left aside at work. And this was definitely unplanned. This was a spontaneous dimension that came out, and probably because mostly of us are women, but this is something that we want to share in general for all of us. And that's it for now. And as always, we are always in late, but we can start entering the scientific part. So please, we start with the species. Paola. Allora, Paola, Eugenia, Elena, Gianluca, please. So the first part is dedicated to the species. take your place. You are the first to hear, and the other, please sit. Tu presenti, mi autopresento. So good morning, everyone. My name is Paola Tepsich. I'm a researcher at the CIMA Foundation, and we are a partner of not only the Life Project, the Life CONCEPTU MARIS project, but of the FLT network. I must say, since the very, very beginning. So I will have the task to show you our results about the trends in species presence. Basically, when dealing with the conservation status of species, the very first question that researchers are asked is, how many are there? How many whales? How many dolphins are there? And answering to this question is very tough for all the species, but especially with cetaceans, given their wide range distribution and the difficulties to encounter and see them out at sea. There is a high uncertainty in the abundance estimates. Even when we have abundance estimates, the confidence intervals are so wide that it's very difficult to assess trends. On the other hand, there is another way to deal with the abundance, which is the relative abundance. So computing the density of the species over a surveyed areas. And in this case, the ferries do allow us for a strong consistency in methodologies, given the consistency in the platform and in the surveyed area. As we have seen from the video, ferries are our laboratories. While out at sea, we can use the ferry route as a line transect along which count how many times we encounter the whales. And there is a statistical methods, which is the distance sampling, which can allow us to actually transform this transect, this line, into a surveyed area. By computing the distance at which we can spot the animal, and with some statistical methods, we can actually assess the effective survey area for all the species that we encounter out at sea. Thanks to the large data set collected by the FLT network, we have been able to compute an effective strip width, so the effective surveyed area, not only for the 4 mainly encountered species, but also consider it separately the different type of ferries, the weather condition. And this means that we have standardized data that allow us to directly compare the relative abundance of the species that we encounter out at sea. As shown by this map of all the transects that we have effectively surveyed over the Western Mediterranean Sea, it is clear that our network cover very effectively the area, transiting on very different type of habitats. So the 2 indexes that we have found are really representative of the presence of the species over the entire Western Mediterranean and the Aegean region. We have computed 2 different indexes, one for the species that are mainly encountered alone, such as the fin whale, the sperm whales, and the goose-beaked whale, and also to use to compute the number of groups of striped dolphins that we see out at sea. And the same index has been also computed considering the number of individuals, just to understand the size of the groups, and this has been applied specifically to the striped dolphins. But here I'll show you now the results. So for the fin whale, Balenottera physalus, we can see that the density computed over the years shows a very strong interannual variability, and especially the statistical analysis allow us to show off some anomalous years as negative years, such as 2009 and 2014. In order to smooth out these differences, these interannual differences, we applied a 2-year rolling mean that allow us to start to see a repetitive pattern in the presence of the species, but still very characterized by the anomalous negative year. When we wanted to transform this information into something usable for the Habitat Directive and the Marine Strategy Directive, we computed the densities over the 3 different reporting periods.
And we see that the strong interannual variabilities make it so the trend of the species looks like constant. But these data, standardized as I just explained, allow also us to do the same analysis on different spatial scales. So here are the results if we consider the 3 member states, so Spain, France, and Italy. And we can see that when we look at the relative abundance of the fin whale in Spain, we have a strong negative trend from the second to the third period, while a positive trend is evidenced in the French waters and more stability in the Italian waters. So these results also highlight probably a changing in the distribution of the species over the years. Staying with the giants, here are the results for the sperm whale, the Physeter macrocephalus. Their presence is, I would say, more constant, so we don't have a strong pattern, but still we can see some peak years, such as an example, 2012, where its presence was much higher than the other years. Again, after the peak years of 2011, even the 2-year rolling mean shows more stability over the years in the species in the Western Mediterranean basin. And as similarly seen for the fin whale, even the analysis considering the 3 different reporting periods shows stability over the 3 reporting periods. But what about the states? Well, in the states, the stability, looking at the territorial waters of the 3 member states, we have stability in Spain and Italy, but a strong decrease evidenced in the French waters. Going back to the deep diving species, such as the Ziphius cabirostris, first of all, our results are showing that this species, usually considered as rare and very difficult to see out at sea, it's not so rare, actually. The species is constantly seen over our monitoring, and it actually also shows an increase in the last 4 years. As you can see, the trends show stability up to the last reporting period, and a strong increase from 2021 on. And this is even further confirmed by the analysis by reporting period, well, actually a strong increasing trend is evidenced for the entire Western Mediterranean Sea. When looking at the territorial waters of the member states, though, we see that the increase is particularly strong in the Italian waters, while for Spain and France, there is more stability for species presence over the 3 reporting period. And finally, for the dolphins, well, we all know that the striped dolphins is the most commonly species in the West Mediterranean basin, but we also can see by our results that actually after the species presence show a strong decrease up to 2016, which has been a very negative year for the species due to an epidemic in the West Mediterranean Sea, and and then after this, a more stability over the years. This is even shown even better by the 2-year rolling mean applied to the number of sightings of groups of dolphins. And again, if we look at the reporting period, this is confirmed. We have had a strong decrease of the species from the first to the second reporting period, while the species looks more stable now. But what if we look at the size of the group, so the real number of individuals? Well, the good news is that while the number... Okay, sorry about that. While the number of encountered groups remains stable, the good news is that the number of individuals in each group is actually increasing. So while we encounter almost the same number of times this species, the groups we're encountering are getting bigger and bigger. And again, to give more information and more practical information to member states, while the increasing of the size of groups is constant for all the member states, we still have a strong decrease in the number of sighted of groups in French waters, while more stability in Spain and Italy. I must also say that the last year of surveys that has just concluded some weeks ago, in 2005, allow us to have more data also on the species that are missing from this presentation. So I hope soon we will be able to provide more practical information also on bottlenose dolphins, pilot whales, and rhesus dolphins. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Paola. It's always interesting and curious to know what happens to the other species. And now we change the parameters and we go to the range and the habitat. Eugenia has been working very hard for the Life Conceptu Maris, supporting all the partners and managing all the huge amount of data that we collect. And
thank you.
She almost finished the PhD too. And so thank you for your presentation.
Buongiorno a tutti. I will follow Paola and I will present another part of the key results from Life Conceptu Maris project, which respond to another question, not how many animals, but where are the animals and how they are distributed and which are the main important offshore areas in our two study areas, which are the Adriatic Sea and the Western Mediterranean. So this is a really crucial information because the Habitat Directive, as you know, requires member states to report also on the indicators range and habitat. So we tried to work at different levels. We proposed for the range assessment. Can you hear me well? Yes? Okay. For the range assessment, we proposed 3 different metrics. The first one is the area of occupancy, which is the species presence within the 10 by 10 kilometers grid. Then we proposed the observed distribution range, which uses the kernel density estimation to generalize the observed distribution within the effort area. And then we proposed also the ecological potential range, which is uses the species distribution models to predict the potential distribution even outside the effort area, obviously integrating the environmental variables. But given that we had this huge large data set of 15 years, we could also compare the change in the area of occupancy between different reporting periods, for example, from the 2008 to the 2012 and so on. And this already here we start to see some interesting patterns, because in the Western Mediterranean we see a very dynamic situation in terms of range. Some species like fin whale, bottlenose dolphin and strip dolphins have an increase of range and then a subsequent decline. But the most important result was about the increasing of the range of the loggerhead turtle by almost 30%, which is totally in line with the recent literature. And then for the Adriatic, in contrast, we found a very stable situation, also because this area is marginal for many cetaceans, and except for the bottlenose dolphin and the strip dolphin, but it's a really important and stable area for the loggerhead turtle. Then for the indicator habitat, we had to define and characterize the habitat occupied by the species in the pelagic waters, because this is not so well defined yet. So we tried at increasing level of complexity. We started from simple comparing for 17 environmental variables, the range of values in presence of the species with the ones available in the effort area. And then we know that the situation is more complex than that, and so we use multivariate analysis like the principal component analysis to characterize this preferred habitat. And then we use species distribution models, and we did a huge number of testing, and then we select the Maxent as the best performing algorithm to our data. And we run the analysis at very different temporal scales, by season, by reporting periods, and for the full period of the 15 years. So we put a lot of effort in the model validation. We both internally and externally validated our data. And we used a huge data set of independent data collected with different platforms and from different sources, because we want to be 100% sure of our model output robustness. And we also use the eDNA results. So these are very few examples of the distribution of the species. You can see here in the maps the distribution of 2 dolphin species, the striped dolphin on the left, which is wide distributed in all the basin, and the common dolphins in contrast, whose distribution is more confined to the south of the basin, especially in the Alboran Sea. But if we compare this pattern with the already existing measures, spatial measures, such as the SPAMI, we can see that for the common dolphins, the overlap is not so captured. But if we extend to other instruments, like the marine important mammal areas, we can see that the overlap increase. For fin whale, the habitat selected is mostly deep and productive pelagic habitats, especially in the northwestern Mediterranean. In this case, the core areas are well covered by binding and non-binding instruments already in place. Then we have the bottlenose dolphin, which has a predominant preference for the coastal environments, but with the seasonal offshore also in pelagic waters. And the core area in the Ligurian Sea is totally in line with the existing Natura 2000 site, Tutela del Tursio truncatus. Then we have these 2 species, the rhesus dolphin on the left and the pilot whale on the right, and their distribution highlight the importance of the Alboran Sea, which is not only for these species, but also for others. And then we have the Ziphius, which its core areas are especially in the Italian waters, in the Ligurian Sea, but also in the north of the Tyrrhenian. And the sperm whale, which has a similar pattern, especially in the area north to the Balearic Islands, which recently has been proposed for an expansion of for its protection. And then finally, we have the loggerhead turtle, which is widely distributed in all the basin, and a core area is in the Mediterranean, where has been recently proposed a Natura 2000 sites. But this distribution of the species are very useful, but it doesn't answer to another important question, which is which areas have a priority for conservation? Because to respond to this question, we need also to take into account many others criteria and parameters, such as the species, if more species of cetaceans are present together, if there is an high diversity, the presence of juvenile, if the species are abundant or not, and so on. So to take into account all these in one single index, we built a conservation priority index, and we divided our study areas in 10 sub-regions. For each indicator, so the species richness, the presence of juvenile, the presence of rare species, we assign a score between 0 and 1 to if certain criteria were met, such as the presence of the juvenile were above a certain threshold. And then we sum together all these scores to obtain a single unique index, which allowed us to clearly identify the Alboran Sea as the main priority area, followed by the Pelagos and by the cetacean, the Spanish migratory corridor. But the advantage of this index is that we can also keep information on why these areas were identified as priority, because in the score matrix we can keep and explain that the Alboran Sea emerged because there is the presence of juvenile, because a lot of species are abundant, and there is and the group are very big, And so this is the advantage of the index. But if we see at the seasonal basis, we can see that even if the Alboran Sea remain constantly important, for some season, some certain areas gain priority. For example, for the Spanish migratory corridor during the spring season, and the Pelagos during the summer. So, of course, these are just few examples out of a very large number of results that you can access them all by scanning this QR code with the document project. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugenia. And this was, I wanted to just point out a point, because there are also some students from the university. What we have been trying to do here is to use the tools of the science, the metrics, the analysis, our competence on understanding how to analyze the data and have a trustable results, but try to fit this tool to answer the legislative framework, which is not so straightforward. So there are many communities that need to understand each other. We need to build bridge between community and languages. And so understanding the difference between doing a research or doing a monitoring, analyzing the data or filling an indicator. So this is just a glance to let also the new generation of students have this in mind. We have to understand and to cross the border between these different communities. And for now, we're trying to fill the parameters required by the Habitat Directive. But the Habitat Directive asks for looking at the species by species. But we definitely know that the environment is complex and there are many links within the ecosystem. And so we try to use a new techniques, the environmental DNA, for example, to try to have information about also the complexity, not only the species, the main target species, but also their prey and their environment. And not only look at the species during the day and from the surface, but also underneath the surface and also during the night.
You anticipate.
Yes, this is to create a little bit of curiosity. And Elena Valsecchi from Milano Bicocca had firstly the idea of trying to use the environmental DNA. And now you are not anymore alone.
That we are here. 5 years. Anyway, good morning to everybody. And so let's start and dive a bit into our data. So as Antonella was anticipating, so I will explain to you a bit our results concerning environmental DNA. Environmental DNA that is defined as the DNA that is released by any living organism in the surrounding environment. So what about this DNA is there? So it has always been there, but what is new recently is that we are now able to detect this DNA, collect it, extract it, and especially sequence this DNA, so that we can gain data or information on the species that have been around. But the very innovative aspect of this project is not so much eDNA, although at the beginning, as we were saying, where it was quite a new technique, but having combined it to the ferries. So this has numerous advantages. We just are listing few ones. There are, first of all, the fact that the roads can be repeatable. So that means we can go on the same spot year after year, season by season, and therefore getting information about that spot and how that spot changes over seasons. Also, we are able to cover vast amount of areas in a very relatively short time to cut the cost of sampling, and especially being able to collect samples also during the night. And this is possible because the actual sampling from the ferries, as you can imagine, doesn't occur close to the water, but it happens inside the belly of the ferries in the engine rooms, where we have a dedicated pipeline where the water keep on flowing during the whole cruise, so that when we do decide to collect a sample, that will represent the water that is in that specific area. So then we collect about 12 liters of water and we process them straight away, also in an array, so we are able to processing several samples at once. And then we end up with filters, 3 filters per sample, and these filters will be frozen on board and then shipped over to the lab where they are analyzed. So just to cut it short, because I know I don't have much time, here on the map you can see the red dots, and each one of these represent one of the 447 samples we collect over 2 years. And so that means more than 5,000 liters of water. And I can see the student, PhD student that were involved in the sampling, and myself, they are fainting with these numbers. It was very lots, many liters of water. So what about the analysis? So when you ended up with a DNA sample, you can go 2 different ways, either doing what is called the metabarcoding analysis, meaning looking simultaneously at more species. And in this case, we really invest in this kind of analysis because our target animals are cetaceans and turtles. So they are both vertebrates. So we did actually use 2 markers to target vertebrates, and we also add a third marker to look at invertebrates, and we will see later why. And also we flank this analysis with a barcoding analysis, which instead target to single species, but is much more sensitive. And so we applied to only one of the species, which was particularly difficult to be detected with the other approach. So the results. So in this slide, you can see that 171 samples, so around 38% of the samples did present traces of DNA referable to cetaceans. And we can see on the right the map showing the cetacean diversity. So I won't go into details because we don't have time, but it's interesting to see at a glance the complete overlapping with what we have seen presented so far. So the Alboran Sea and the Spanish corridor, by all means, were the area where there was the highest diversity. Just to give you an idea, in the Alboran Sea, we could have found also up to 5 different cetacean species within the same sample. And of course, so this also means that the samples, the positive samples were not randomly distributed, but they were skewed towards the western part of the Mediterranean. So in fact, in Spanish water, most than half of the samples contain cetaceans DNA. So we are talking about percentage, but we don't know who are these cetaceans. So in fact, we detected 9 different species, and again, perfectly overlapping with visual data about where to find different species. But what was new in our sample is that the 9th species was a species that has never been seen visually in the Mediterranean, which is the pygmy sperm whale. And this was very interesting. It's a bit of a funny, strange cetaceans, not very visible because it is not acrobatic. It doesn't come out at all. And what was interesting is that we didn't find it only in 1 sample, but actually in 10 different samples. And what also is interesting is that the samples were not randomly distributed, but they were grouped in clusters. And the clusters mean that some sample, like 3 up to 3 consecutive samples in the same area, turn out to be positive. And this was an indirect validation of the technique, so the animal were actually around. So what about fish? Targeting vertebrates, we also look at fish. We have over 20 million reads referable to fish for about 200 species. And here we listed only the 12 most common species. What is interesting for me to notice that I would like to draw your attention is on this N, which stays for nocturnal fish, and they are all lantern fish, which are very important because they are keystone species. Why is that so? Because they constitute up to 63% of the deep water biomass, and they have a key role in the diet of many marine organisms, but also cetaceans and definitely cetacean and big vertebrates. And also, apart from this aspect, it's very interesting. I mean, to us, it was very interesting because the distribution of the samples in which we found the lanternfish gave us some clues about the dynamics of environmental DNA. Nowadays, everybody uses environmental DNA, but we know very little about how it behaves in the water when it originates and for how long it persists. So the lanternfish, one of their characteristics is that they live in deep waters, but during the night they come to the surface, and then during the daylight they go down again. So it was interesting to notice that, in fact, most of the detection of lanternfish was in nocturnal samples. So this was making sense. But this means that it's a proof in the field that whatever we sample and whatever we find really represent what is in the water at that time. The second point is that we saw that the signal of lanternfish was gradually decreasing during the day. So in the first hours of light, there were still some signal of lanternfish. In the afternoon, so still light, they were decreasing. So that gave us an idea that environmental DNA probably lasts for, or at least is detectable, I should say, for at least 24 hours. And then finally, we also saw that different species had different behaviors. So some were the first one to come up at night and other differently. So how about invertebrates? As you can imagine, invertebrates is the whole word, but we focus our attention on this class of organisms because somehow they play a role in the food chain of our target species, therefore cetaceans and sea turtle. So the idea, and it's what we are doing at the moment, is trying to connect the presence of cetacean to fish, fish to invertebrate, and cetacean to invertebrates. And so this is an example of a previous work we have done. And just to give you an idea of the complexity, and this was done on few samples, so we are talking almost 500 samples, so you can imagine. So at the moment, we are focusing the attention on the role and the co-occurrence of cetaceans and fish. And because of the lanternfish gave us some idea about treating in a different way and separately daytime and nocturnal samples, that's what we have done. So this network, of course, I'm not asking or hoping you to read through this, but you can see, okay, so we have at the top, we have cetaceans and elasmobranch as large predators, and then we have the bony fish in yellow. Then we have the green lines that show a positive correlation between taxa, and red lines that show a negative correlation between taxa. And just to let you know, what we can see that the green lines during the day do not concern the large predators, but during the night, yes. So in cutting short, the taking home message is that big predators like cetaceans, they do feed during the night. So this is a big message because we are providing a protocol for future studies. So our advice would definitely to collect nocturnal sample also, if it's a bit a hard work at night, but it's worthwhile. So I finish with this, and I would like to thank my students and also our colleagues from the University of Valencia. Thanks for the collecting samples in the Spanish water. Thanks.
Thank you, Elena. And I think Elena gave you an idea of how many data are still there to be analyzed. And that's something that will make us busy for a few times. I want to just remember you and to let you know that there are, for the one of you that are more shy, there are some post-it. You can leave your messages, suggestion, or email, or whatever during all the day. And so we pass to another analysis that was another hero of the engine machine. Yeah. And so the Abascio group that allowed us to have other information to discover something else using another very new techniques of the stable isotope analysis. And thank you, Paolo, for let us understand how to use this data.
Okay, so thank you, Antonella. And so let me start with the end. So I mean, I would like to say thanks to all the crew and of course from the Grimaldi lines, but also from my lab and all the people that collaborated with us to share the Abascio group. So it was a really intensive sampling time, I would say. So yes, today I will show you our monitor approach that was based mainly on stable isotopes analysis and fine-tune environmental sensing parameter. So let's start with isotopes, and isotopes, of course, are variants of the same element, differing in the number of neutrons, and these are like chemical base. So, but the ratio of these isotopes are incorporated through the food web, and in simple terms, act as chemical signatures that tell us where resources come from and how they cycle in the environment. Isotopes remain constant over ecological timescale, so this is important because we can they don't disappear in a few days or weeks, and we can use to trace like baseline biogeochemical conditions. So as I show here, we measure isotopes from particular organic matter collected from seawater, of course. And but why this matter for CONCEPTU MARIS? And by measuring isotopes in suspending the organic matter, we can identify productive areas, and basically we can connect the presence of cetacean and turtles with potential foraging areas. So let's go home. We leverage the same ferry-based platform used from eDNA sampling. So at each fixed station, we collect the seawater directly from the vessel cooling water systems and filtered it on board. In total, we managed to collect 630 samples, both from the core area and replication areas. Of course, also, I didn't do the water calculation. Of course, was also in this case a lot of water filtered. And let's jump really quick on the results and just how we can interpret the results from this analysis. And we can just start from see like the seasonal pattern. So for sure, we can start with N15, delta N15. And this isotope reflect nitrogen pool signature in water column, evidencing aspects of the trophic web structure. In summer, for example, sorry. Okay, here in summer, for example, we observe higher values, indicating the tendency on to heterotrophic signature, while we observe lower values in winter, and that reflect autotrophic condition. While as concern the delta C13, we can observe the delta C13 tell us the carbon source origin, if it comes more from a terrestrial part or phytoplanktonic part. And we can see that during spring, we have a bloom of organic matter, so the signature is affected more by phytoplankton, while during winter we have for sure the values of C13 tell us that we have more origin of the carbon that come from terrestrial part. But what is the take-home message here is that isotopes can allow us to show potential hotspot, foraging hotspot for cetacean and turtles. And this is like a seasonal trend, but we can convert these data to spatial trend. To better understand spatial variability, we use a just statistical interpolation, generating a prediction map that we call isoscapes. So we use a modeling approach, of course, using integrating 4 key environmental predictors that are sea surface temperature, salinity, the mixed layer depth, and chlorophyll A concentration. And these are 4 key environmental predictor for isotopes. And from the combination of these interpolated with our data, we obtain what is called isoscape. And the results allow us to better highlight the spatial pattern for sure, and not only the seasonal pattern, but basically we can interpret them as we did before. And as you can see, in summer, we can have some hotspots when the nitrogen is a higher level, and we can identify this as a potential foraging hotspot. Now, look at this, and thinking about the Eugenia presentation, I think that it overlaps also with the turtles' hotspot presence. So the key message is that isoscape can be integrated directly into species distribution modeling as a biochemical baseline layers. So then we move to another aim or our activity, that was the collection of fine-tuned environmental variables. Environmental variables, of course, are critical for modeling species distribution, and given the tight physiological link between organisms and their surrounding. So our objective was to collect high resolution environmental data along the ferry routes. But for sure, some of you can ask, why doing this? That we already have a lot of environmental data from remote sensing. So, and here I wanted to highlight the differences and the critical aspects from remote sensing data. For sure, remote sensing data has a low temporal resolution. Sometimes we have some gaps, but we have also for sure the spatial resolution is not so accurate, while in situ sensors can provide us data directly from the same sampling action that we already did from eDNA and isotope, and so we can combine better this data. Also, in situ sensor are ground truth, so you need to calibrate sensors, but basically the data that you collect are collect directly in situ, so they are reliable. And for sure, we have also continuous monitoring in situ, so we can set the sample rate. And in our case, was from 30 seconds to 1 minute. You can imagine the spatial and temporal resolution is really high. After initial plan and challenges, we managed to install the monitoring system with the same in the same system from the seawater intake within the ferry routes. And for sure, as you can see here, there is a sample installation of the monitoring system and the variables, some example of variables that they collected. This is actually installed on Grimaldi ferry called Catania. The variables that we measure are oxygen, dissolved oxygen, temperature, pH, and conductivity, that is a proxim of salinity. This allows us to, through the project, to measure, to obtain 156,000 of measurement points. That if you multiply this for 4 environmental variables is around 600,000 records. And after, we have also a permanent installation in the ferry Catania that actually until now collected the other 160,000 measurement points. So basically, what I would like to say is just not a number, but just to say that if you multiply for the environmental variables, we obtain around 1 million data records, and this means big data, and this also is a challenge. It's not so happy, so it's a challenge when we talk about data analysis. And to finish, to wrap up, let me highlight 3 key achievements. So first, thought stable isotope analysis, we establish a biogeochemical baseline across the study areas, revealing not only seasonal but also special pattern, and that can reflect also, can indicate possible potential area of foraging area. We have also this huge amount of fine-tuned environmental variables that for sure are useful, and all these data, you have to imagine that combined with the other data that we already observe are crucial because increase for sure our understanding of the ecological dynamics driving cetacean and sea turtle distribution pattern in the Mediterranean Sea. So thank you very much. And
thank you, Francesco, and thank you to all the presenters here. Yes, we have almost half an hour, a bit late, but it's fine. So I ask the roundtable people to come here. Elena can say, Gianluca Sarà, Tony, Roberta, if you can join us here. Tony? Please, I don't know where the cavalieri sono, lo sa Elena. I nuovi cavalieri. Okay. So, thank you, Roberta. And thank you, Yassine, for being online. I think Lucy is also online for the roundtable. Lucy, are you there?
I am indeed. Hi, everyone.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, all of us, for being here. As I was saying, the most important part for us is to understand the line of action for the future. And so now, what to do from now? This is a new start. So first of all, I'd like to underline that we have been focusing on European country because this was, of course, a live project founded by the European Union. But all the data and, of course, the ecosystem, the range of the species spread in all the basin. And there is a regional sea convention that definitely focus on the geographical scale we are dealing with also. So thank you, Yassine from SPARAC, to give us an idea of what you are doing and which are your plan, and also in order for us to better understand how we can be as much useful as possible with this process. So thank you, Yassine.
Thank you. Do you hear me well?
Yes.
And
yes,
the presentation is in the full mode?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. First, I'm very glad to join this event, and I'm very impressed by the result also. So I will present briefly the Regional Activity Center and also the activity which are running here in the center related to the project, of course. So if you already know, I think the SPARAC is one of the Regional Activity Center related to the Mediterranean Action Plan and the Barcelona Convention. Is based here in Tunis, but we have a regional mission and a regional activity mainly to assist the Mediterranean country to implement the protocol related to specially protected area and biodiversity, biological biodiversity. So our main activity are related to based of all to create and to assist the Mediterranean country to manage the marine protected areas, also the establishment of the SPAMIs, and also to protect threatened and endangered species in the Mediterranean region. We have 6 action plans, so related to many species of, let's say, habitats also and other topic that was adopted by the Mediterranean country and the contracting party of the Barcelona Convention, and we assist the Mediterranean country in order to implement them. It's related to from the monk seal to sea turtle, cetacean, sharks and ray, and also to habitats, mainly the marine vegetation, the coralligenous, and also the dark habitats. Related to action plan, so we have the regional action plan for the conservation of cetacean, and here I did like a small exercise to show the relation between the projects and the action plan objective. And you see here that one of the objectives for the action plan is to improve the knowledge on cetacean distribution and abundance. And the result of the projects gives really good idea about the distribution, and I really appreciate the presentation of Eugenia showing the habitat of the species, and also to have identified the habitats and migratory corridors. And also the project was aligned with this activity, reduce the ambient pressure and all the traffic that are happening in the Mediterranean region, the methodology and the monitoring using new technology like as DNA, and also the citizen science component, and how to strengthen strengthen the collaboration with the citizens and also to public engagement. This is the one in blue are the objective listed in the regional action plan, and in black the activity that was done and running during the project. The same for the total. The regional action plan, it's calling for let's say to increase our knowledge on the total distribution and movement, also to identify the feeding, the breeding, and migratory areas. We have a lot of information coming from all the Mediterranean countries by the nesting and the feeding area, but we're still missing data from the sea. We have a lot of data from the shoreline for the nesting or the stringing of turtle, but we're still missing data from the sea. And also to have this harmonious monitoring, and we are trying through the IMAP. The IMAP is the equivalent of the MSFD for the Mediterranean region, and we are assisting many Mediterranean countries in order to implement this monitoring and thus continue monitoring in the Mediterranean region. This is the IMAP. Like I said, this is the integrated monitoring and assessment program for the Mediterranean region. It's aligned with the MSFD, and each 6 years we have this report, the Mediterranean Quality Report, we call it MEDQSR. It's published every 6 years in order to assess the quality of the Mediterranean Sea, let's say, and to see if we achieve this good environmental status, the GS in the Mediterranean region. Here we have some results from the last MEDQSR published in 2023. And this is the result, not the result, but the main measure that was cited in the MEDQSR in order to achieve the GS. Almost of them are related to address the pressure and the state of cetacean. I think the project delivered many data related this point, and also to have many data and to have regular survey. You know that we are for the cetacean, we have this AquaBAMS initiative, which is wonderful and gives us a lot of data, but we still have to continue this kind of survey at regional or sub-regional area that could give us an idea about the situation, and also to maintain and to achieve the GS for cetacean. Regarding the sea turtle, one of the measures that the MEDQSR called to do is to have in-water monitoring program. For sea turtle, we have let's say good result for the nesting, the shore area, but we're still missing the area, the data related to the sea, and to have the distribution, and also to have this impact of climate change. I saw the result of increasing of 30% of the number of sea turtle. We have a lot of let's say confirmation that the situation of the sea turtle, mainly the local head, is let's say improving in the Mediterranean Sea, but still also need to have a clear idea the climate change impact on the sea turtle. And also all the data that was presented during the project will also give us an idea about the migratory corridor, the nesting area, the wintering ground. I think all those data are very useful in order to understand better the situation in the Mediterranean Sea, and also to have this, let's say, measure and access to keep it safe and to keep it in a good environmental state. So, the ecosystem approach and the IMAP in the Mediterranean region, and also for the combustion coefficient, is, let's say, a process that started since 2008, And during the different COP, we improve it based on low knowledge and based on result and based on all the activity that was performed in the Mediterranean Sea. And now we are moving to a new cycle of the IMAP. During the last 2 years, we have conducted several meetings related to pollution, to biodiversity, to cost, etc., in order to improve the roadmap and the ECAP policy, and also the IMAP, the integrated monitoring, in order to come with a new, let's say, vision for the ecosystem approach in the Mediterranean region, and the new IMAP for the third cycle for the IMAP and in the Mediterranean region. So it's a continuous process. Data like the one was delivered from the project could also be a good base for the next MedQSR. So we are now collecting the data until 2029 in order to deliver the new MedQSR for this period and the third cycle of the IMAP. I am very happy to see all this result, and I'm sure that the data would be useful in order to deliver this new mandate and new MedQSR from the Mediterranean region. And thank you for your results.
Thank you for this brief but complete presentation. And we already have a planned meeting in December, and it will be really promising and to see how we can best collaborate. And thank you again, Yassine. And now for our presenters and people, just I would like to start from the new technology that were new at the beginning when we start in 2018, and then at the beginning of the life, and now are spreading the environmental DNA. And the eDNA has an immense potential, but giving now your experience also for the conservation of cetacean, what is the main future for the use of environmental DNA for the conservation of cetacean, and which are the areas that you see as most promising for the application of these techniques?
Okay, thanks, Antonella. Well, I think that the few data we show, which is just the tip of the iceberg, show us the great potential of this technique. And I do believe it's true that I'm biased towards eDNA, but it's true. It has a huge potential, but because on one hand, it's complementary to the visual, but also gives exactly complementary data, because we see not only what is at the surface, but also what is happening underneath. So the difference is that we can also give an explanation. So not just saying where cetaceans are found, but also why they're there, what is happening underneath. And so I think this is the real great potential. And as to where to invest, I think we should invest everywhere, because sometimes, as I always say, you don't have to look where you think to find what you want to see, but we have to see everywhere, and especially sampling at night. Yes. This already in the preliminary study, we saw that it was interesting, but there were too few samples, and here it's like the sea turn on during the night, at least for cetaceans. So that's
as you always say, everything happen at night and at sea, and that's very interesting for sure, and very interesting for the people that have to collect that at night. Thank you, Elena. But we have another very new technique that was used in this multidisciplinary patchwork of data, the stable isotope analysis, and also for the future, and giving the experience we gain with this inclusive data collection in CONCEPTU MARIS. Gianluca, what do you see? How can we best make use of this information also in the future?
Thank you so much, Antonella. Thank you for your effort in planning, organizing this event. This is a really nice question because this is the first time that someone tries to use stabilized isotope analysis at this large scale, implementing the isoscape just to describe the patterns of distribution of large mammals. And for me, this is the first type of innovation, is innovative, but what is more innovative, but we have different points that are innovative. The first is the resolution, the scale, the resolution, because we used the high resolution temporal and spatial resolution, and this is really important because it can give us a more detailed information about the potential distribution and trophic niche of different kind of species like mammals, turtles, and so on. Another point is the integration. Is the integration with environmental DNA and other environmental features and characteristics. But what is, I think, the major challenge is to translate, will be to translate these to inform decision making. And I think this is the future because we just started from scratch. And now we need to develop just a way to inform decision making using this rigorous information, scientific information, which is integrated, which is really difficult to read for common citizens, from common people. And then in the future, I see just an effort in translating this scientific information for people and decision making.
Thank you, Gianluca. Thank you. And also, we know that the legislative framework is not something that is ascetic, but it follows also our way of thinking at the nature and the way of looking at the nature. So the Habitat Directive somehow is a very old directive, and when we thought to protect species by species, but then we discovered that, of course, the ecosystem is a completely connected system. And also, for example, the new directive as the marine strategy asks for an ecosystem approach now. So it's more in line with what we develop and also the mentality we develop. And Roberta, of course, you are at the university and you study and you teach ecosystem approach since many time. What do you see? How do you see we have been trying to transform this very multidisciplinary laboratory, but how can we best fit also the information we gain into this necessity of looking at the ecosystem as a whole?
Thank you, Antonella. This is a big question, although interesting, yes, a very big one, so 3 minutes, yes, okay. It's a challenge. Okay, but in any case, I think that, yeah, sure, the ferries are a big opportunity to have a look to the offshore areas where that are particularly difficult to be investigated, but are also the place where the key ecological processes occurs, and those which are most relevant for CEPTU species. So this is a good point. Also, what you have presented in this morning, I think is a large part of what is needed to implement an ecosystem-based approach, because even the line of the presentation, we started on where animals are, and then we quickly moved toward why the animals are there. So we have seen the data concerning environmental DNA, which, sorry, okay. The data on environmental DNA, which were showing us for example, the trophic relationships between the different species and so of the communities the cetaceans rely on. but also and the same for the study of the isotopes. So I think that these elements are already present and are very important to implement an ecosystem-based approach, which is going to put together all the different components of the ecosystem. I think that maybe if I can imagine something further to go a little bit ahead, should be including not only the how can I say, taxonomic and the relationship part of the ecosystem diversity, of the community diversity, but also the functional diversities, which is much more looking into who is doing what into the ecosystem, looking at the functional traits of the different species. Of course, environmental DNA is the base for doing this, because it can provide us who is composing the different communities, because we know that cetaceans are going to exploit a mosaic of different offshore systems. And therefore, using a functional approach, so describing the functional diversity of the ecosystem, we can go into map the community functional footprint. And this may help us not only to better understand relationships and so on, pre-availability, but also the redundancy of the community, and hence the resistancy and resilience of the system itself, which is a relevant point for conservation planning, I think. And therefore, for sure, I think that ferries are the base of this, are really floating labs, because it is relatively easy to apply such approach into the coastal ecosystems. For example, in my lab, we are going to do this in these days, in this period, concerning the Latium coasts. But when we go offshore, it is much more difficult. So I think that I can say that the bulk of the procedures that CONCEPTU MARIS has put in place is very, very relevant for this. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you to you. Thank you very much. And I'll pass also to another point that was highlighted this morning, and regarding also, answering the legislative framework and how the experience of the life CONCEPTU MARIS can connect and contribute to the ongoing institutional process. We know that there are some monitoring program already within the marine strategy. There are some ongoing action. And Tony, you have been working in Spain a lot and contributing also for not only for the science, but also for the policy. And how do you see how can CONCEPTU MARIS also contribute to this process?
Thank you, Antonella, for the question. Yes, I think it's an interesting question, but I absolutely convinced that it's complementary at all. Totally complementary, because if you see the most part of the previous studies that is developing at the national and some international scale, usually these studies, for many reasons, use the best weather conditions for the observation studies. So, as in the case of Elena, say that keep attention about the night. So, my impression is keep attention on the rest of the year, not only the summer, because in the life of the species that we are talking about are during the day, during the night, and also during the year. So I think it's important because with the ferry potential, you cover big areas and you cover during all the year. So in this point of view, I consider really is totally complementary, and also because you extend the work of a sentinel of the sea during all the year and many years. So we have not a big economic necessity. So it's a reasonable amount of money for this kind of work, because if you have other alternatives that's so much expensive,
and not necessarily answer with deeply the questions. Okay.
Thank you for these considerations. And the last question, Lucy, it's for you online, because we have been focusing very much within the Mediterranean Sea. But as I said, I mentioned at the beginning, we've been looking at each other and collaborating a bit also at a larger scale. So, Lucy, are you there, first of all?
I am. Can you hear me clearly?
Okay, thank you. So I would like to have also your consideration about the similar methodological approach that we have been using, but your network in the Atlantic and North Sea also is using, and what future opportunity or perspective do you foresee for us?
It's a very good question. I think, so one of the biggest achievements and successes of this project and what everyone has, what the outcomes that have come from it, is the sharing of best practice, the learnings and the knowledge exchange that's occurred throughout this whole project from the very beginning with multiple stakeholders. And that's something really powerful. No single project, organization or country can fix our oceans. It's only through that collaboration, through the coming together of multiple stakeholders working towards a common goal and communicating effectively, sharing experiences and knowledge. And I think that's something that we have done throughout this journey. And when it comes to data and methodology and methodological approaches, this collaboration is essential. Data provides the evidence base to determine conservation and policy needs and the direction of that. It provides the foundation for impact. So by sharing these knowledge and experiences, we can bring together multiple data sources and data sets so that we can build up a really good picture of what's happening out there. The sharing of the best practices and through the collaboration, we can ensure that data is collected to the highest standards and that it can be collated, it's compatible. And that builds up, like I said, that really big picture. We have learned, so personally, Orca, we do very similar, like you say, methodologies, working on platforms of opportunity, using this scientists, mainly in the Northeast Atlantic, but around the globe. We have learned a lot through this project, and I hope that we have also contributed a little bit along the way as well. When you say what future opportunities are there, I think this is just the very beginning. This is the start of something really fantastic. The project may be coming to the end, but it's not the end of what it's achieved and what it can achieve. The continued collaboration, refinement of protocols, of training programs, and the sharing of data to conserve and protect the oceans and incredible marine life that lives within them is critically important. I think highlighting continued data gaps, priority areas, and focal species will be somewhere where we can continue to work collaboratively and in the future. Another area just to highlight that isn't just the data, but is the vessel strike mitigation and training and data collection, which has been part of this as well. I think there is absolutely sort of further future opportunities to collaborate and work together. All that we do, all of us, everyone here who's been part of this project, we do it not for our individual organisations or our individual countries. We do it for the oceans and the species that call it home. And together we can break down barriers, gather robust evidence, and provide clear, accessible advice for policymakers so the oceans and the life within continue to thrive. And I think that's where the future of this can continue to grow.
Thank you, Lucy, and thank you for your enthusiasm and for your support. I would like to say that Lucy asked us where do you want us to plan the next cruise in the Mediterranean? Where do you need data? And we said, okay, please go through the North Africa because we have not transected there, but we need data to validate the modeling. So it's really a strong collaboration and very useful. And I like to finish with what you said. Breaking barriers is definitely what we need to do. And so collaborating and having an idea of sharing, also sharing us, the human and the sea as it is for the species. And so I thank you all the participants to this round table, really nice. And we can have
sorry.
No? But just a few minutes. Few minutes. Grab your coffee and come back. Sid. No coffee. Okay. So Fulvio, that's your time. Do whatever.
So we go on straight away. We don't I already see some. We have lunch now.
Ma tu hai la presentazione?
No, noi ragazzi. So, just a technical information, although I don't think that I need it. Since we are running late, the roundtable discussion that was supposed to happen after this session, this talk session, will be after lunch. So we will have first the presentation, then lunch, and then the roundtable discussion, because otherwise it will be too long and the food is already on the table, it will get cold and we don't want to eat cold food. So better to have a full belly, drink a coffee and start the roundtable discussion. So, you know, this sort of thing happened. So I asked to all the presenters for this session to come on the stage. So Igor, Lea, Paola, and Roberto, you too. Roberto, you're supposed to be on the stage now. So quit your, organizing work. Can I, like... So guys, I want to thank, first of all the presenters from the previous session, because it was amazing. I mean, they got us through this fascinating trip world of species, species interaction, species distribution, population modeling, and all that stuff. But that, although fascinating, is just one piece of a whole picture. We need to add the human dimension in. We need to add the threat, the pressure that we pose on the environment, on these species, pressure like marine traffic, marine litter, that need a systemic approach to be solved. And we are basically a part of the solution. We are for sure a part of the problem because we produce many of those, and many of those problems cannot be solved directly at sea. They need an approach to be solved also on land by changing our way of thinking the economy, the approach to the market, and the policy. So it's a pretty complex approach. And during this section, we will see that. We will talk about the pressure. We will talk how to monitor, how to do modeling, and trying to understand where these pressures are. How do they act on our species of interest? But we will learn also how important it is, the collaboration with the different stakeholders, like the navigation company, how it is essential to identify solutions that are both feasible and effective at the same time. And last but not the least, we will learn how important it is our own contribution in solving some of the problems that are affecting species in offshore area, far away from where we usually spend our time. From lontano dagli occhi, lontano dal cuore, we say in Italian. It means that if something is far away from our side, usually we miss it, we don't consider it, but it's actually where most of these threats occur. So just cut it short and let's start with the first presentation. Igor, please, from CMCC. He will describe how to model the litter and describe where the litter is distributed. So please, Igor, the stage is yours.
Buongiorno a tutti. Good morning, everyone. So, as we were saying, I'm Igor Attacche from CMCC. Today, I'm representing the technical work performed by Santiago Bravo, my colleague, and supervised by myself and Svitlana Yubaravetseva. So, we are talking about the picture of risk. So, how we can model this threat of marine litter in the regions that we were just seeing during these presentations. So the first question is, where do we start from? So how do we really do this monitoring, this modeling, starting from the observations that we saw that the people were just saying in the previous presentations? So I start asking, what is risk? So I imagine there are several different ways of determining what is risk, but a very common short way of saying it's risk equals to hazard times vulnerability. So we are looking at a danger, so danger that will be endangering, in this case, this species, and how they could be vulnerable to it. So basically, I'm translating as hazard will be the plastic features, the plastic representations we do in the model, and vulnerability would be the marine species that are subjected to this danger. And today, I'm focusing on speaking a little bit more about the hazard, so how we did this model to understand how this marine litter would endanger the species that we just seen observed on these other methodologies as well. So we started from these data sets that were provided by ISPRA and ISPRA by our colleagues that collect this data. So we have some, for example, in this picture, some transects showing where were the lines and what were also the density in these float marine macroliters that were observed during the transects. So these observations we received from August 2023 to December 2024. And we have this amount of observations as density per kilometer square. So our objective was, how do we start from these data sets? And then we do the calculation of the hazard for the year of 2024. So from this important data that we use as input condition, how we create the conceptualization of this modeling. And I don't want to deep dive in it, but we used basically Lagrangian modeling. So here I have an example showing very on the surface how we do this modeling approach. So we start from a leader on position 1, on time 1, and as time passes, we use currents, we use winds to understand where that leader will be in the second position. Of course, we do that for a long period of time. In our case, would be 6 months. But basically, we are transforming that leader that was observed into digital particles. So we cannot simply just reuse one particle to reproduce that leader. We should use multiple because of the Lagrangian system modeling approach. So it's almost like using those particles as GPS trackers. So to do that, basically we need the metocean data. In this case, we use the currents provided at Copernicus Marine System. So the reanalysis for the Mediterranean Sea, and also the winds from Euro 5 from ECMWF. And we utilize the ocean parcels model. So it can do this Lagrangian approach mathematically, and we have an output. So basically, this is a short summary in the table of how we had the number of simulations for each month, how much time that simulation we needed to run, and how much virtual particles we have during that month. So as you can see, 1 liter observation, we translated more or less to 5,000 particles, digital particles. And the approach was basically using this information that we have for 3 simulations on each month and making an ensemble of 6 months of simulation. And why is that? Because plastic matters. Because plastic is persistent, it does not disappear. So if we only use the data for each month as the input for the model, maybe eventually we would lose that plastic when we are calculating the ensemble in the next months. So we decided at least this initial approach to consider this ensemble of 6 months, so we can measure a little bit more about the past and not just where the plastic is going on that moment. And now the results. Basically, before starting showing, I wanted to get show also this picture of the average currents in the surface in the Mediterranean Sea, because that drives a lot the position where we will find the distribution of plastic in the surface. Because as we are considering this 6-month length simulation, this ensemble of data, the average of these currents, they matter. So we are not just seeing the plastic drifting for 1 month. We're seeing the plastic drifting over 6 months until we get a snapshot of where that plastic was used as input, and then we are seeing it on the map. So we, at the end, arrived at 12 aggregated monthly maps for the year 2024. Here we have just of what we did with the same data set, but this time considering beaching particles. So we created this dashboard on where we can, by choosing different thresholds of how many particles we are seeing, calculate the amount of simulations and plastic that arrive also to the shoreline, because this is also important. Of course, this is where the plastic will be retained. Sometimes, of course, it can come back to the water itself, but we can understand more or less by applying these thresholds how much simulations cells we are removing from our observations. So this is very important to do the statistics on what we are seeing in the water surface. And here we also have this interactive map of the particles that are being observed in the beaching areas. So we can zoom in, we can choose and see the frequency on how much that segment of coastline we receive plastic over these simulations that we done for each month. And here's basically just showing that we can change in different ways, we can change different thresholds, we can zoom in on different places. and see how this plastic is also arriving to the shoreline. So at the project, we focused on doing these maps for the surface, but with the same data, we can do further analysis, and further simulations could also enhance what we just see. To finalize, so this is just static picture of what I just showed in this app. So beaching is also very important because it's where most of this plastic we arrive at the end, if not drifting for a long time in the water surface. So we also made a short comparison of the maps that we did along this survey. And then we observed that there are some hotspots that are also connected to what we did in this simple and quick analysis on the beaching from the modeling that we did over this year 2024. So that's me. Thank you all for your attention, and we're here for questions.
So thank you very much, Igor. And moving on, still being on the threat side, there will be Leah that will describe us an innovative approach and an innovative metric to measure or to monitor the risk of collision or near-miss event. So thank you, Leah.
Thank you, Fulvius. I'm here to talk about the risk. I hope I am not the risk, and I am not at risk neither, but let's go on. So when we are talking about risk, and of course, the next step is to mitigate those risks. So we need some information, crucial information, like where and when are those risks? Can we know that, and then we can mitigate more efficiently. And coming from before, we know that there's a lot of gaps in the data for animals, but also for the pressure. Nobody has a map of marine litter, and nobody has a map of recreational boating, and there's a lot to do. So we decided to run on ferries to collect data, not only on animals, but everything that we see. And the most thing that we observe at sea are marine litters. It's not cetaceans, it's marine litters. So here, the protocols already presented. I hope that visually we collect data simultaneously from line transect, strip transect, or point count transect to collect data for species on one hand and pressure data on the other hand. And the idea is to overlap both of them. So we have kind of co-occurrence idea of where they overlap. And that's the meaning of the risk approach. It's an exposure, the exposure assessment we are looking for. It's not really the impact, but at least it's the first step to know where and when there is a probability of co-occurrence, and then could lead to impact. So the flow chart of the risk exposure framework developed within the project, because there is no methodological consensus for that, is a multi-step process going from the data, mapping the pressure first. On the other hand, you already saw the maps of the species, and then we have several ways to overlap then and highlight the hotspots that are at risk through kernel density or hotspot G-star analysis, which can show us the hotspots which are statistically significant, but be careful, it doesn't mean outside of those hotspots there is no risk. So here the pressure we obtain, the map of the floating marine litter we obtain, and we can see that what is in red is globally the density. We are talking about quantity here, the density of marine litter, but also circled by color, we led this mapping through the seasons. And what we can see is that in Central Adriatic, Southern Mediterranean, and Liguro-Provençal areas, we have high quantities of marine litters, and during all the seasons mainly, it's kind of stable pollution. And we have also a sharp increase of marine litters during spring and then summer. And Alboran Sea also is really polluted. And then we have a lap. You remember all, I'm sure, the map of the turtle. And then we have a lap with the map of the marine litter. And we have here the main hotspot risks for the turtle, of course, because the marine litter risks nothing. So the turtles is at risk during the whole seasons in the Adriatic Sea and also in the South and Central Tyrrhenian Seas. And we have then in other areas some seasonal hotspots. Here the same for the cetaceans. We group the cetaceans and the northwestern Mediterranean Sea appear at the most at the places where those cetacean species are the most at risk from the marine litter, but also the Alboran Sea. The second pressure we dealt with was the maritime traffic. Here we used the AIS data, so that's only commercial vessels, can be tanker, cargoes, and ferries also. And you can see that there's no places to hide from such pressure in the Mediterranean Sea. If we overlap with the turtles, they must fear the hull of the vessels, mainly in the Alboran Sea, but also in the Adriatic Sea, where there might be a lot of ship strike. And if we do the same for the cetaceans, the hotspots of risk for them is from maritime traffic is in the Alboran Sea, and also in the Pelagos Sanctuary, mainly in spring and summer. And this led us to the second topic of this talk about ship strike issue. And we deal with something we could observe is the near-miss event. It's when, for us, within the FLT, MedNet, and within CONCEPTU MARIS, we had our own definition of near-miss events. It's when an animal is very close to the ferry. I recall that fin whale is 22 meters long, and here we are dealing with distances about 25 meters on the side of the vessel. So it's really touching the skin of the fin whales, but not hitting them that we are calling near-miss event. It's a proxy for ship strike because nobody knows where the ship strike occurs. And we have those indications. And for the whole years of past data too, we were collecting events, near-miss events, around 100 episodes. And the most of the species that were the most affected is the fin whale. Then we have the Cuvier beaked whales and the sperm whales, around 10 near-miss events. And even smaller species might be at risk for this pressure. And we are mapping now this pressure. So I didn't tell you that, of course, the risk I presented before were globally for all the species, but we can also do the same for only one species, only one type of vessels. Here the ferries, here the fin whales, and mainly in summer. And if we, so it's a map on your left, yes. And on the right, we've got here the near-miss event map interpolated. So it's like the thing we observe at sea and the thing we predicted, modelized, and both of them help us to validate and calibrate our risk exposure approach because they match a lot. Here for the same exercise for the diffuse, and you see that all the mapping we are doing from the favorable habitat, then the prediction of the risk, and then what we observe at sea with the near-miss events are all aligned. So it helps us a lot to define areas where we have to mitigate things, because it's a strong approach. We also deal with the reasons. Why are there not going outside of their way of the ferry? And it's we couldn't link this with the behavior of animals, nor the cycle within the day, nor the season, nor the response. And the only variables that were correlated with near-miss event were the encounter rate and also the speed of the vessels. So we already knew that, but then we proved that the most species present in an area, the most at risk, the most of course also the maritime traffic, the more at risk, and the more fast the vessels are going, the more at risk. So now we have results to go on to find and apply some mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. So we discussed a lot about threat and problem. Let's start talking about solution. And Paola worked a lot side by side with one of the main stakeholders, if the biggest stakeholder of this approach, that are navigation company, to try to define a set of conservation measurement that could be both feasible and effective. So Paola, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Fulvio. So, as just introduced, one of the activity of the Life CONCEPTU MARIS, one of the concrete conservation action, was actually directly work with the crew members of the ferry companies to find solution to the threats posed by marine traffic. So one of the key action was the development of a training course specifically for the crew members. And the course has been developed as a totally asynchronous e-learning course. So this means the course is currently on a training platform online, and the crew members could access it without limit of space and time, which is the main difficulties for people working out at sea. And the course has been developed with the idea of making it a concrete conservation action, meaning that we really wanted with the training course to try to change the behavior and to assess effectively how much the learners did learn by the course. So the course is designed not only to be, let's say, viewed or accessed, but actually each different module covering ecology of the Mediterranean Sea, the conservation agreements, the specific identification of main cetacean and sea turtle species, and especially the main ways how to minimize the risk of colliding with these animals, are accompanied by specific tests and quiz that the learner must pass in order to obtain a final certificate. And this course was designed and first provided mainly again to crew members, but the audience has then been enlarged also to NGOs, citizens, and also to people from shipping companies or other stakeholder communities, but not maybe working directly out at sea. And the course has also been accompanied by practical activities. Obviously, the presence of observers on board all over the project and during the transects is a concrete way on how to train by seeing the crew members, and also providing them with specifically designed manuals and posters that could be hanged inside the main deck of the ferries. And here the results, here you can see some pictures shot during the courses that we also provided on board. We officially trained more than 300 captains and crew members directly working on the main deck. And I want to highlight also that this initiative has been awarded a prize from the European Union as one of the best ocean literacy activities funded by the European Union. What was really interesting for us was to understand that almost every learner by crew members did recognize that this training was really important to them, especially for their job. So it was not seen as an activity done by interest, but really part of their job. Actually, even if 70% of them declared to never have been found themselves in a collision event, it was also interesting to find out that for those who experience a collision or a near collision event, they happen not only with large cetaceans, but also, as Leah also just showed us, with medium, small cetacean species, as well as with sea turtles. So actually, it was interesting to understand how researchers and people working at the sea basically, for once, had the same perception and idea. And what was also very important to understand is that almost 90%, or more than 80% of people working out at sea had never received such training before and found it very useful and were really willing to gain even more information and practical information on how to be more prepared about possible collision events out at sea. So this for us was really a measure of the effectiveness of the course. But the activity did not stop here. As Fulvio introduced, we also distributed a questionnaire to try to understand directly by them, by people working out at sea and taking the decision of how shipping happens in Mediterranean Sea, what were the best mitigation measures that could be applied in different areas. Asking them to rank these mitigation measures from speed restrictions to active avoidance, to rerouting, to real-time reporting, to have observers on board, to slow down when seeing animals, the training coursing, and also installing additional tools to detect the animals, whether these measures should be voluntary or mandatory, if these measures were disruptive or not of the command deck operation, whether, very important, these measures were actually effective or feasible. And it was really understanding to see that if we look at the answers gave by people not working directly on board, all the above mentioned measures should be mandatory, nothing disruptive, everything is effective, and everything is feasible. But when actually looking at the answer provided by the captains and the official working on the main deck, they stressed out how actually a seasonal speed restriction, reactive slowdown, and additional 2 members would better be voluntary, while other measures should be mandatory. Well, they also recognize that none of the above mentioned measure is disruptive of the command deck, and this shows the open mind of people working on the crew on the main deck to accept even new tools to detect the animals. And what was really interesting was to understand that the most effective measures recognized by them is the presence of observers on board, the alteration of shipping routes, and tools that allow them to real-time report the presence of animals to the authorities. Moreover, among the most feasible measures are again the presence of observers on board, the training course provided, and again the real-time reporting. So this allowed us to really narrow down through this mitigation measure what we should focus on for the conservation of the animals. Then we did a dedicated meeting not only with the ferry companies that were hosting us, but with other companies, with the Coast Guards, and with other stakeholders such as Confitarma. And this is just a summary of a merge from the talking that we had with them. And actually they stressed out how the slowing down would actually be, on the contrary, not good for the maneuverability of the vessels, so it could actually increase the risk of colliding with the animals. They also noticed that active avoidance is already foreseen, and actually also changing the route is already foreseen, for example, for military action. So they also see this as a good measure. Also, they highlighted that the speed reduction is something that is already going on, also due to the limit of emissions that are now imposed by other European Union initiatives. And they also recognize the role of observers on board. So what are the lessons learned? What did we learn from this project and by them? We did learn that actually medium-sized cetaceans and sea turtles are also at high risk of ship strikes, and not only the largest cetaceans. We learned, as we also see by the presentation by Lea, that collecting data on ship strikes and near and miss event is essential to really tackle this problem. We learned that the identification of maritime traffic risk areas and ship strike risk hotspots can help us on prioritize areas where to target conservation measures. And we also learned that not only the big companies, but also the private and leisure yachting should be included in the risk assessment. And you can find in our deliverables also the final suggestions. We suggest to actually include marine traffic into those anthropogenic activity for which the presence of specialized marine mammal or protected species observers is mandatory on board, especially along some routes or during some high-risk season. We also suggest to further develop and regularly provide training to the command deck crew, and also include more modules on marine ecology and marine megafauna, also in the nautical school and nautical licensed courses, because those will be the crew members of the future. We also suggest to support the adaptive management and the potential designation of PSSA through an adaptive tool to identify the routes where we have highest risk, and to identify not only seasonal but also fixed areas or significantly portion of some routes where some limitations like speed limitation should be prioritized and applied to save these animals. Thank you for your attention.
So, thank you, Paola. And we keep talking about solution. And now Roberto will introduce us to one of the most pervasive, widespread threat of this modern society, that is litter, marine litter specifically. And he will try to give us the right perspective on this problem that cannot be solved at sea, where we observe it, but mostly or most likely it requires a different approach on land. So please, Roberto.
Thank you, Fulvio. Yes, also, as you said, it's not an easy solution, as all the stressors for the environment are not easy solution. So as all the colleagues, they were before me, have highlighted, now we are talking about, species vulnerability, and which are the main anthropogenic pressures or threats. So we talk about marine traffic, and now we are trying to address the issue of marine litter.
What?
Okay. Keep going. Someone's got the microphone on. And through the results of the CONCEPTU MARIS, we managed to find out and to do the monitoring of marine litter, both in the gathering results, not only in the different areas, but also in the different seasons. And here is just a slide where we see in which of the area marine litter, or better, what we monitor, marine macro litter, it's a big threat of the area. Now, solutions, of course, are not easy, but as we all should know, and we should focus, is the best solution is waste prevention, avoiding that waste becomes litter. So avoiding that waste gets into the environment. And at the European level, there are already several. There's a large framework starting from the single-use plastic directive, the packaging resolution, and the extended producer responsibility. And also, as you know, we are more or less, more of us are within the, let's say, the biodiversity field. We know that there are targets by 2030, but also the waste people have got targets. Actually, they got targets until 2040, and they have binding targets, and there is a timeline. And next timeline or binding timeline will be on food waste. So let's all remember to eat all the food that we have today. And the second one will be on the extended producer responsibility also for textile. Specifically, the great importance will be on those plastic, artificial plastic textile that through microliter ends into the environment. So waste reduction, of course. Then when we get to litter prevention, and different solutions that have been come out, of course, are cleanups, and also addressing the issue about fisher litter. So these are let's say the two different main options. And if we believe those are difficult to reach, if we go through which are the main multi-stress parameters, factors of the ocean, we have climate change, we have habitat loss, overfishing, invasive species. So addressing pollution or addressing litter maybe will be one of the easiest way to reduce multi-stressor to the marine environment. And among the different pillars, we have to try waste reduction, litter prevention, and also there is monitoring, especially when we connect monitoring to measure. So if we have a legislative measure, if our monitoring system can detect if that waste reduction measure was effective, we have reached a goal. If we got the wrong monitoring, we won't be able to know if the waste reduction measure it's working. Now here we are more, let's say, into the Italian concept. And for macroliter, for example, careful. And by the last talk, so we got battery problems. And so let's say within the marine strategy in Italy, we have monitoring of macroliter in coastal areas, in offshore areas, and at the river mouth. And in Italy, we do the monitoring in 14 different river mouths, and because it is addressed that rivers are the main vectors of let's say plastic litter from the land to the sea. And we can still see the slide. For example, these are the results of the first 3 years. And as an example, more than 35% of items are of single-use plastic. So this is one of the big issues, single use. And another concept is about transboundary. You know, we did some experiment. We throw some let's say some containers, some trekking containers resembling litter into the rivers, for example. And on the Mediterranean side, the one from Tuscany ended on France, and the one from the Tiber River, they ended on France. The one that we released on the Adriatic part of they ended in Greece. So it's also another big issue that cannot be solved at national level. And still at national level, there's been a lot of suggestion of using floating barriers to stop plastic coming into rivers. This could be an issue, and being able to address the complex legislation of waste into the rivers is not easy. But another solution is not only plastic barriers, but also grid that regularly can be found at electric power dam. They are already in place grids, and they have already in place machine in order to clean up this grid and then to bring all the waste away from the rivers. So these are two of possible solutions that can stop waste getting from rivers into the sea. And its end. So just for my side, and let's not waste food.
Yeah. So I want once more thank Igor, Lea, Paola, and Roberto for this pretty interesting presentation talk. I see the food on the table there. Probably some of you on the last line can smell it. So it's probably better if we stop here. I apologize with our guests for the round table. There is just a small and little delay. So grab your food, have a quick lunch, drink your coffee, and be back for the nice discussion that we will have later on at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Please try to be back by 2 o'clock. I will make the question. I will reply like the answer is coming from the public. Perfetto. So, are we ready? You had your coffee, lunch was good, food was nice. Food was pretty nice. And we have also vegan cake, they told me. So, good. That was really good. Well done, Antonella, whoever organized. Well done, Elena. Sorry, Elena, I didn't want to take any things from you. So I hope that our guests got a nice lunch and some coffee, and I apologize again for this delay. It's not an easy task to start after lunch, but the issue will be, the topic is definitely interesting. We had a quite nice session with several talks discussing about problem and solution, and we will dive in this topic with some really important guests from stakeholder, the navigation company and ship owner, and other research institute. So I want to thank Dr. Rafael Navarro and Dr. Malandrino, Maria Malandrino, and Dr. Cecilia Silvestri to be here. And we will try to tackle this issue of first threat and how to solve, but most importantly, what is the perspective of the ship owners or research institute on this subject. And I will start this discussion just by asking to Dr. Navarro what he thinks about the role of ship owner in managing the cetacean, but at large, the marine environment, and making possible the coexistence between large marine vertebrate and marine traffic and vessel. Thank you.
Thank you, Fulvia. Thank you, everyone, for having us. And it's been a very productive morning and a very productive 4 years. We've heard a lot today about data and a lot of information that has been gathered. And in every presentation, mainly we've always started talking about how solid the data is, or how not so solid it is, and how we work with small information, and how these 4 years have been very good for incrementing this amount of information that we are managing. Because that number of sperm whales, 500 to 5,000, this is not telling us much. So definitely we need to take action, and our actions must be very well informed or better informed, which I'm not saying they are not, but of course we all recognize that there is a lack of precision and it's obvious that the data gathering is a complex issue because of the nature of the animals we're trying to see. But we've been collaborating from Balearia with Life CONCEPTU MARIS since the beginning. And some very interesting things have been said here, like training citizens to be on board the ships, that we're always welcome sightings and observers on board our ships. So as ship owners, we have one of our missions is always to identify the risks regarding mammals or regarding a container adrift. So we assess the risk and we take action. So from Balearia and from the things we've learned during our collaboration with the project, we've implemented our 3 pillars, and I'll try to be brief since we're a bit late. So our action plan is based on 3 pillars. First is training, and as it has also been said before, STCW, which is the regulation for training of seafarers, does not have any single chapter on education of marine life. So we have developed together with the Life CONCEPTU MARIS these training programs for all our officer of watch, the people on the bridge and managing the ships. and in which they train about the behavior of different animals. We have those posters that have been shown before. We have it in all of our bridges, and they're very useful. And again, I share most of the results. We don't, I include myself because I'm a seafarer myself, but we've never had training on this kind of, on mammal life, you know, marine mammal life. So training is one of our first pillars, and also we've developed procedures for what do we do when we find this specimen or this other one. Oh, how do they react, and what should the seafarers do on board the bridge? Because we can talk about it all day long, but if we don't center to clear instructions to the people on board the ships, we are doing nothing. No, so very important developing procedures for how to react on detection, which is our second and main pillar we're working now. No, we can only act to what we see or what we detect, and there is an obvious lack of detection during nighttime, during night hours, and also in bad conditions. They're very tough to see, they're very hard to see. There is also regulation preventing noise sonar, and because this is also harmful. So this kind of artifacts are not good for the detection. So we're working on visual detection with infrared cameras on board our vessels. So we believe this is going to be, it's not yet, but this is going to be a big help in detection to attack this pillar. But we are implementing it together with AI. But when we're facing training the programs, we face another issue here, is that the lack of information. We don't have pictures. How do we train these models? And this comes to our third pillar of working, which is information managing. As we are the latest in the party, or myself, I've been collaborating for the 1.5 years, and I'm trying to catch up very fast. But one thing I notice is that the information is not centered, it's not gathered in one place, and it's also hard to be reported and have to be shared. We have implemented our own system of alerts, but only the ships of my company benefit from that system. And it's rare that I have two vessels, one after another. So it would be much more convenient to be able to share this information with the ships on the area. So managing information and alert distribution, we believe we will make a huge impact on maybe impact is not the right word, but the collision avoidance. Okay. So we are working also with the Spanish authorities. You know, we have seafarers have these NAVTEX alerts. They alert from a container adrift that there is bad weather, and there is no reason why they couldn't alert about the presence or a sighting of a specific animal with a certain course and speed. No? So those are the three main pillars that we are working from the ship owners' points of view. We would like to, or at least be treated as a partners in conservation, and there is no other way. We are the ones that are there, that are at sea every day and many times, and we are the ones sharing this environment with the marine mammals. So we really need to be a part of it, and we sometimes feel that we've been left out from the decision-making processes and from the risk evaluation. Of course, we've always given our full collaboration, but luckily and fortunately, this has been corrected over the last few months or years. So it's good. There is also a stakeholder that I'm missing in every meeting we go and every place we go, which is the citizens. We don't see anybody from any town hall, from the islands, from the people who are really going to be having the biggest impact for any measures that we take on maritime transportation, or even in the marine biodiversity. So I feel that we're not counting with them good enough. Because sometimes as ship owners, I get the feeling that we are like the bad guys because we are in the sea, but your clothes and your glasses and your food come in ships. So we just need to take a different approach, and always with the aim of collaborating and work with us. We're open. Somebody was speaking that needs data in the Strait of Gibraltar. I have like 7 ships in the Strait of Gibraltar. Okay, let's talk and let's gather information. Okay, because it's one of the big problems is again we're trying to make and take decisions on information that is not as good as it should for the intentions that we have, because we're playing with big things here and sure that ships rerouting, speed reduction, and those sounds very good, but this has a lot of consequences that we need to have better information and better data before we act on them, I believe. So thank you.
Thank you, Rafael. It was really an interesting discussion and presentation, and I want to thank you. We have a long way ahead of us of collaboration with the EU and with all the other company. Definitely technological development will give us the opportunity to monitor more deeper, also in rough condition. And some of you may know that we presented a second proposal for CONCEPTU MARIS 2, the Revenge Plus. Yeah. And in that project, what we aim to do is actually to test new technology, to go there and monitor at night during rough weather condition and stuff like that. But again, CONCEPTU MARIS was really important because he used a bottom-up approach. It was we researchers asking for the navigation company to have help and to learn together how to tackle this issue and what we could build up. And talking about long-standing relationship, Grimaldi company has been always on our side supporting, like Balearia, like other company, the work of researchers. So it's a pleasure for me to give the floor to Dr. Marina. And towards a green future, I mean, we hear a lot about sustainability and green transportation. What can you tell us about the things that Grimaldi is developing towards a more sustainable marine transportation?
Thank you. Good morning. And first of all, I wish to thank you for inviting me, allowing me to talk about Grimaldi Group commitment for environmental issues and decarbonization. I would like to say some figures about the Grimaldi Group. This is the first operator for maritime transport of cars and rolling freight in the world. The group is also active in passenger sector and in container transport. The pride of Grimaldi Group is its extensive network of motorways of the sea, which numbers over 130 connections in the Mediterranean Sea and Baltic Sea and Northern Europe. Only some figures are related to number of vessels. We have 130 owned vessels, and we connect 150 ports in 60 countries in 5 continents. Grimaldi Group places a great focus on environmental protection and considers environmental sustainability a pillar for its growth strategy. Specifically, the group is pursuing the IMO net zero emission target by 2050. To achieve this, the group has planned significant investments in new efficient vessels. We have 150 vessels, but now we have under construction 21 new ships. These new ships are fully equipped and very efficient from environmental point of view. We have currently under construction 12 ammonia-ready PCTC units and 9 RoPax units capable of being powered by methanol. The Grimaldi Group next generation ships that will allow for greener maritime transportation are highly efficient and equipped with the latest technologies. Lithium batteries to ensure zero emission in port, the so-called cold ironing, the use of solar panels, through air lubrication system that allows to reduce hull resistance through micro bubbles under the hull. But not only purchasing new and more efficient vessels, we want to work towards the greener maritime transport, but also by investing in new technologies and innovating by using our research and development studies. In recent years, Grimaldi Group has undergone a retrofit project. So for in its vessel, in its fleet, we have a lot of new technologies. The application, for instance, of silicon-based anti-fouling coatings, the upgrade and optimization of propulsion systems, and installation of exhaust gas cleaning systems, the so-called scrubbers. In partnership with, to highlight our study, we have collaborated with the Federico II University of Naples to convert the scrubbers into vacuum cleaners of the sea, allowing us to remove microplastics from the sea. In fact, we have installed on board one of our vessels, Grace Roma, an innovative prototype system for microplastics that during 1 year, 2024, allowed us to remove around 23 million microplastics. And this is to confirm our environmental approach. Among the numerous eco-friendly projects, we can list the PIACU project in a framework of a LIFE program aimed at reducing underwater noise pollution and using reblading through our reblading retrofit projects. And also this project yielded excellent results, confirming a reduction in the underwater pollution, noise pollution. And of course, last but not least, we are very proud to have to be part of a LIFE CONCEPTU MARIS project that is more than a partnership, a friendship, long-standing. That's why I wish to thank again. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. It was a pleasure, and I think that we are all looking forward to sail the sea on this new green vessel to make what is already a sustainable approach of monitoring marine wildlife even more sustainable, even greener. So it will be, that is the future. We are all moving in the same direction. And just moving from stakeholder, ship owner, to other research institute, while monitoring often occur that we monitor, we spot a turtle or a whale interacting with ghost, lost fishing gear, what it is usually known as ghost gear, ghost net. And the ISPRA, that is here represented by Dr. Cecilia Silvestri, is also managing a project on the monitoring and how to tackle the issue of ghost gear that we know has a huge impact on both cetacean and sea turtles. So please, Cecilia, what can you tell us about this?
Thank you, Fulvio, for this interesting question. This morning, when I was hearing the results of the project, I understood that when there is a pressure, several kind of pressure, when there is the word monitoring, when there is also the words protection, the way to work is very similar. Yes, ISPRA is following now two kind of project on ghost nets. One is another life, Strong Sea Life, and another is a PNR project, the Marine Ecosystem Restoration. Inside there is also the specific line for the recovery of ghost nets. And the problem is similar because you, in Conceptus Maris, you talk about floating marine litter, you talk about maritime traffic, air pressure, and risk areas where we have the probability that mammals or caretta and sea turtles can be dangerous. It's the same for the ghost net. Ghost net are something that fishers sometimes not voluntary abandoned, lost, and sometimes instead in fishery, illegal fishery is not there. But the way that you are working, involving ship owners, is the same for us, for fishers. We are involving fishers to work with us to report where these ghost nets are in order to be recovery. Mapping is a very important action. There is a report in the GESAMP in 2021 that say that the mapping is not only an exercise, a descriptive exercise, but it is something more. It's an operational activity for prevention. So I thought that a link between the project that we are following with yours is, for example, to put together data regarding the mapping area, where in our case are area where there are the fishing net lost, and so there are habitat compromise, and there are very risk area for wild for marine animals. And the same, if we put our data with your data, we can increase, we can improve the information about the risk area. And then, of course, we noticed during this year that, for example, at the beginning, people didn't want to say where these fishing nets were. Fishers was afraid. Now the feeling is changing. They ask how we can help them to recover these fish, these net, because this net have a cost. And they want to recover, they don't want to live there. The problem is that sometimes the procedures for the, say, report of the lost net, then who I can call? Coast Guard. And then what's happened if I call Coast Guard? So what we are doing, and what we have to do is the same you are doing, something, procedures that can step by step decide who are the actors and what they have to do. In our case, for example, we want to stress the concept, for example, that the fishing net must be marked in order to can find when they are lost. But when they are lost, fishers must be helped to recovery. So not only the Coast Guard, for example, but we have to produce a specific legal frameworks that help us to say, okay, you have to oblige to recovery. And fishers say, but we don't have money. So we have two things to have, for example, a financial something assurance or disposal where fishers can use when they lose this fishing net, because the recovery of his net is very high. So I think that information of our projects, information of your projects can help to identify risk area, integration of risk area. And then also we can put all together the measure we are thinking about, I hope, Conceptus Plus, and the results of our project, Strong Sea Life, and the GhostNet of PNRR. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. Thank you very much. I want to extend all my thanks and knowledge to Rafael, Marina, and you yourself, Cecilia. It was a really interesting round table. I think that the time are really short. We need to start with the next session. So thanks again. The future is full of opportunity. We will keep collaborating, and I'm sure that there is forever and ever. I mean, as I told Rafael, is everything not to stay in the office behind the desk. So this collaboration will keep us alive out at the sea. We will age much better at the sea than behind the desk. Thank you.
Okay, we are moving to the next section. Do you remember which one it is now? Okay, we have been talking about species, we have been talking about threat, and now we move to the tool we want to last forever. We have been talking about taking care of the 4 pillars of the information chain. And now we showed the collection of data and the result of the analysis. But we want to recap with you which are the 4 pillars. So that's the chance. Okay, so next session,
The financial contribution of life program of European Union.
And Christian, Alessia, Alice. Thank you. You're the future, the forever and ever, our motto. So we really would like to make this information and this data available forever. And so we have been thinking about some infrastructures that help everybody to get access to the data, whatever number or environmental DNA data, and to have access to the information altogether, helping policymakers, but at whatever level, from local to the national level, to get the information they need to plan conservation measures or mitigation measures. So we have 3 talks now, and we start with the database. And Christian, please.
Okay. Okay. Okay, good afternoon. Okay. I want to start with a question. What can ensure long-term data management and sustainability? Which are the necessary elements to ensure the long-term data management and sustainability? From my point of view, 2 elements. The use of well-established and well-known standards, international standards for managing and representing the data. For this point, we have the European Open Data and Expired directives that tell us how to represent and how to share the data. And at international level, we have the OGC standard, that is a standard for representing and sharing the geographical information. Second point is the use and reuse of existing means, tools, and existing systems. This requirement can be satisfied using an existing infrastructure, an existing system with the following characteristics. The system manages the same type of information. The system is active and kept up to date. And there is a significant commitment from national bodies. How we can satisfy these needs? The answer is the Italian National Biodiversity Network, NNB for short. That is a distributed information system that manages information on biodiversity related to the national territory. It is the system that supports also the Ministry of the Environment in the implementation of the National Biodiversity Strategy. And it's also the system that supports Italy in reporting the European directives on habitats and birds. All the data collected into the system follow the European Open Data and Inspired directives, and in general the international OGC standards for the data sharing and geographical representation of data. And for the semantic representation of data, we use the ABCD, or more in general, the Darwin core. All the data is available as open data. In the system at the moment, we have about 15 million of records, events of observation of species, with an historical data set that starts from the last century. What we created inside the NNB, a dedicated subsystem with the following modules: a web archive that allow partners to upload the files, the data for the data ingestion, a data processing tool used to process the source data, apply some formal and quality checks, prepare the data for the database insertion, and then to upload into the common database. The common database that is an open source Postgres server instance with the PostGIS extension in order to manage not only the tabular data, but also the geographical data. There is a post-processing procedure that creates derived tables and insert this data into the database, so enrich the existing tables. An OGC compliant map server that exposes the geographical data from the database into the web. A GeoNode instance that allow us to manage web maps, and an Apache superset instance that is a data exploration and visualization platform. All these modules are proudly, I can say proudly, open source. How this system works? We have the first step, that is the data collection from the partners. At the moment, we have all the data collected with the Excel format, but till this for data till 2024. But now we should have an app that should facilitate the data collection. Data from Excel get cleaned and formatted, and then transformed into comma-separated values format. From the comma-separated format value, we do the upload into the web archive. So we think that the data is ready to be uploaded into the database. We apply the processing procedures that does the formal checks, does some quality checks, and prepare the data. Sometimes these steps need to be repeated several times in order to have a good quality of data. Then the data is uploaded into the NNB database. On this data, we apply the post-processing procedures that prepares the derived data. For example, prepares the track lines starting from the single track points, and then this data is exposed with the GeoServer as OGC services, and is ready to be published with the web maps or the interactive dashboards. This is just another way to see how the data flow. Here you can see all the steps needed and that need to be repeated several times in order to obtain the final maps and the final indicators. For some steps, we have the automatic procedures that helps us in order to process the data. Other steps need human intervention. For example, the first level check need a human intervention in order to check if there are some anomalies on the tracks. What is important is that during all these steps, the data quality get improved and the data is standardized, and finally we have an open data standard information published on the web. This is a short video on the interactive dashboard. This is a tool available for all the partners for visual analysis of the data. the dashboard with this tool allowed users can interact with the data, with the charts, can turn on and turn off some variables on the charts, can download the data connected to the chart, can filter the data, create some slices of the data, download the picture, for example, of the chart in order to use it in some reports, for example. And this is the WebGIS tool, where again, allowed users can interact with the data tables, with the where we have geographical information. All this data, behind this data, there is the standard OGC services, that is the picture on the right. All the data is published and accessible through with the standard WMS and WFS services. Again, this web tool allows the users to interact with the data, filter the data, select, turn on and turn off some layers, create charts on a specific layer, download the data, the results of the filters in common GIS files, such as shape files or geopackages. Okay, thank you. These are my contacts for any other information, greetings, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Can you repeat the number of data, of records that are into the database?
At the moment, into the NNB database, in general, we have...
no, for Conceptu Maris.
Conceptu Maris, we have 8 million. No, 50 million is related to the general NNB database. In particular, on the track data, we have about 8 million of records at the moment.
So it's just
added to the 15 millions. 15 millions is the NNB database.
Yeah.
8 millions
Okay.
is just only for the Conceptu Maris.
8 million. Just to say, the work has not been easy.
No.
But what I want to underline that we are always talking about the need of data for biodiversity monitoring and to understand the trend. But we cannot miss the part of how to handle all this data. And so this was a very important work that you've been done. So thank you, Christian.
Sure.
And it's a never-ending story also, this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now all this data are into the database, and these allowed us also to easily access it and also to analyze the data. But how to translate this information in order to be easy, visible, and accessible, not only the data, but the information itself. And the CMCC, Alicia, has been working a lot on building this framework of a decision support system, and that they can help access the information. And
Yeah.
thank you, Alicia.
Thank you, Antonella. Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Madonia from CMCC, and I'm going to show you another important product of the CONCEPTU MARIS project, which is the decision support system. The decision support system is part of comprehensive framework, which is the decision support framework that has been specifically designed to guide an evidence-based decision-making process for the management of CEPTU species. So the decision support system integrates multi-scale datasets from different sources, the Copernicus Marine Service, as well as the European Marine Observation and Data Network, EMODNET, and is directly linked with the National Biodiversity Network database presented before. And it also integrates all these datasets with
the data collected within the CONCEPTU MARIS project. The possibility to overlay the data sets with the actual protection measures enable stakeholders and users to visualize critical areas, to assess risks, thus supporting the identification of gaps and coherence, as well as to design effective new conservation and mitigation actions. So the development of the decision support system followed an agile methodology, and it involved three main phases. A design phase where we gathered all the requirements by the partner and identified the data sets to be included. A development phase where we implemented the data harmonization methods and where we created the GIS-based platform for the visualization of the data sets. And the third phase, the testing and validation one, where feedback from stakeholders and partners were collected to refine the usability and the functionality of the decision support system. A big effort has been dedicated to the definition of the data catalog. So together with all the partners, we defined the layer to be included into the decision support system, the oceanographic layer, which includes both modeling, datasets from CMCC models, as well as from Copernicus Marine Service, and the in situ data from University of Palermo, the CEPTU datasets from the common database, the National Biodiversity Networks, with the outputs from the models, and the threats layer, which includes the information of the two main threats analyzed in the project, so litter and maritime traffic, the risks obtained, the analysis and the maps obtained during the project, and the near-miss events data, and of course the legislative framework given by the Natura 2000 sites, IUCN important marine mammals areas, PSSAs, and exclusive economic zones, and marine strategy regions and sub-region. So all the details are contained in the deliverable. You can find all the metadata and information about the catalog inside. And users can access data through the link reported here. So the DSS is directly available through the ISPRA National Biodiversity Network. So now I will show you a brief video that illustrates the functionalities and features of the DSS. Users can register through the authentication box by clicking and putting username and password, so it can register and sign in. And a disclaimer will appear outlining the terms of use and application. On the left hand, you can find the link to the project website, and the right hand panel shows the available layer with all the data sets that we mentioned before, the oceanographic, and the other layers that can be visualized in the central interface. You have the temporal box at the bottom. You can change the temporal scale and visualize the metadata at each point. Of course, you can zoom and dezoom according to the needs and the areas of interest. You can change the variables of each layer by clicking on the main menu. And of course, you can visualize the data sets and all the data that we presented before. These are the data from the eDNA monitoring that you can visualize according to the different periods of the analysis. Now I will show you, for example, the output from the species distribution models that are available for each species, and visualizing the core area and the suitable areas for each species. So users can, of course, navigate and select the interested data sets according also to the periods and to the interested variable and species, as you can see now. So another important thing is that you can also change the scale and also navigate through the button. And this is another information about the metadata. These are the floating marine macrolither records directly connected to the database from ISPRA. And the model-based data from CMCC that Igor showed before, and also the data coming from IMODNet, the root density maps used to calculate the risks. And these are the maps of the risks and the near-miss events map. Another layer is the legislative one, which allow users to visualize the different layer that it's possible to select. These are the marine strategy region and sub-region, and of course the possibility to select different layer can also allow the users to have an integrate map by clicking on the button that is near each layer, and users can visualize an integrated map that can be also exported and used for decision-making process. You can also click on each point and visualize the time series. You can, of course, see the data at each point and also along the water column. So the system allows you to visualize all the data sets. And this is another feature, the possibility to compare different maps. So thank you all for this information. Thank you, Antonella.
Thank you, Alicia. Thank you very much. And all these features are integrated together and will be available for forever and ever. So thank you. But there is another possibility that came out with the project, and talking about environmental DNA, University of Milano Bicocca built a possibility of having a first eDNA bank of the Mediterranean biodiversity. Alessia also is almost finishing her PhD. She's been working quite a lot during those years.
Thank you.
And then so she will present us this possibility.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alessia, and thank you for the introduction. And I will give you a brief overview of what we are working on for our eDNA bank as one of the long-lasting tools of CONCEPTU MARIS. So to start off, I thought of giving you an idea of what a genetic bank or a biobank is, which is a facility that collects, catalogs, and preserves genetic material, might it be DNA or biological sample that contains DNA, so that it can be safeguarded and preserved and analyzed in the future. Normally, the construction of a genetic bank requires a 5-step workflow: collection, processing, storage, cataloging, and then at the end, access and distribution. Of course, genetic banks or biobanks are not just one thing. They cover several fields, and we have several examples of already existing and perfectly working biobanks around the world. And they are storing plant, animal, human, microbial genetic material with different, of course, application and scopes. And I've listed some of the most important in the slide. In general, biobanks are fundamental for us because they allow us to physically store samples or DNA material long-term. They normally use strict harmonized metadata standards. They are linked to open sequences and data repositories, and they support refishing of samples, old samples, for new analysis. This can also be applied for eDNA, of course. So we also already have some examples of eDNA banks, banks that are storing eDNA samples or eDNA data. I listed some of the present eDNA banks here in the slide, and they are all doing actually a great job in creating such structures, but most of them are actually data banks. So what is most common is that group of projects allow you to access the data originated from their samples, while accessing the samples directly for new analysis and create new data is not always that easy. So we're trying to implement the first marine eDNA bank for Mediterranean Sea especially. So what does it mean for us? As you saw already with the presentation of Dr. Valsecchi, we have a very clear and very straightforward collection system, a collection protocol, which is very laborious but also very efficient and allows us to get 3 filters per samples because we work in triplicate, and from each one of these filters we obtain an eDNA extract, which practically is just one Eppendorf containing the extract. So in practical terms, a marine eDNA bank is nothing more than an ultracongelator at -80, where all these extracts can be stored on a long term. So it's basically just a freezer full of very well cataloged and organized eDNA extracts. And this is a nice representation, but I also have a real life, See. Video. Let's see if it goes. No. Okay. Okay. It was not collaborating, but this is what it looks like in real life. So it's just a big, huge freezer where we're trying to catalog and organize all of our samples. Okay. So in the end, we are trying to create the first marine-only eDNA bank for Mediterranean Sea. It will contain around 1,200 extracts of eDNA, including also spot among samples, and I will talk later about it. All extracts are present in triplicate, which means that we have 1,200 samples, but we have around 3,600 tubes, actual extracts. So it's quite a big amount. All extracts are available both as stock solutions, so direct extracts from our protocol, but also working solutions. So they are diluted 1-to-1. This is especially useful whenever we're trying to get use very sensitive approaches where, for example, the presence of inhibitors could be a problem. By diluting the eDNA, we can also minimize the effects of such inhibitors on our samples. All samples are collected and extracted using the same protocol, so it's completely standardized, and we standardize it during CONCEPTU MARIS, of course, and they will going to be available in a centralized site at the University of Milano Bicocca. Of course, for each sample, a very rich and complete metadata scheme will be available following the FAIRY checklist. So a full set of information about sample ID, date of sampling, filtering, extraction, site coordinates, sample volume and volume filtrated for each filter, filtering membrane specifics, conservation method, extraction method, and time of freezing, personnel involved, so even the people that were involved in each passage of the protocol, and previous data generated will be available for the samples that we collected, and also accessible. So at the moment, all the eDNA samples that we collected, also the ones that are collected in 2025, are currently being cataloged and organized. So we are around the 4th step of our 5-step protocol workflow. So soon enough will be also accessible. So next we will work on implementing a term of usage. We want to try and build policy regulating the disciplinary for requesting the samples or request the access to samples that include access tiers, material transfer agreements, and of course, ethics. Of course, these samples can be used for a wide range of different applications. I've listed here some of the most useful in our current times, and for example, including climate change tracking, biosecurity, and reference library improvement. I've just listed some of the ideas that I have, for example, for potential application, which include, for example, range shift and climate-driven redistribution, which is particularly interesting because we already have distribution ranges for all the CEPTU species. So they can be, for example, reanalyzed in the future to have comparisons, as well as seasonal appearance curve and extreme event fingerprints. So having samples that range from 2018 with spot among to 2025, we actually have quite a wide time range that people can investigate on in the future. Of course, also biosecurity and invasive species appearance is another very hot topic in the present. So this sample could be further analyzed to get insights on warm affinity newcomers, or to get information on early incursion of future invasive alien species, or reconstruct spread rates. Same can be done about reference library improvement. Of course, this is one of the big problems, or the big limitation when working with genetic data. Reference library are always never enough updated or full. So the database created with eDNA samples, or new database that can be created in the future, can be used to analyze gaps and find, for example, potential gaps that can be filled in the future. But then there are, of course, 1,000 of other applications that these samples can span. In general, as anticipated by Dr. Valsecchi, eDNA samples can be analyzed in 2 ways, with a barcoding or with a metabarcoding approach. Of course, for the sake of preserving as much material as possible, metabarcoding approaches and projects will be favored. For 2 reasons. The first reason is that normally metabarcoding analysis require less material, because less replicates are needed for this type of technologies. And the second reason is that normally you get more information because you can detect multiple tags at the same time. So just maximizing the type of information you can get from those samples. Another important point regarding this eDNA bank is that it allows data capitalization and exchange, and this is what we've been doing with Spot Among project, which is another eDNA-based project organized by Dr. Valsecchi that has the main interest of looking for the monk seal in the Mediterranean. And in this case, we included spot the monk samples in the CONCEPTU MARIS project as a control during the CONCEPTU MARIS, of course, time frame. But at the same time, CONCEPTU MARIS samples will be analyzed and included in spot the monk, allowing this type of sample exchange that is very fruitful for us. So I thank you all for the attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessia. I hope you can share with us the excitement of having something like this vision becoming reality. So the first idea of Elena, this will be really a baseline, unique baseline in the Mediterranean for the environmental DNA. And I love also to see the organization of your freezer, and remembering you into the very hot, cloudy and noisy engine machine with Alessia organizing all the pen by color and align. And so I think you are the best person for doing this work. Exactly. So that's the end of this semi-last session. And thank you of you for this. And we have been talking a lot about building a community of that work together. And there has been already some good example here during this day about the connection, this very strong connection between researchers and the maritime industry and the people working at sea. But we pass to the other people here. So Francesco will, Francesco, when you stop talking, can you join us? Thank you. So he is the one connecting us and transforming our information in order to be shared with the large public. So the communication has been very important during this project, and I think you already have an idea how good it has been. Lara Carosso from the Marine Protected Areas of Capo Carbonara have been leading the part dedicated to the citizen science, which is something that we really care, because we want to share this exciting experience with the others, and we want the people are helping us. So it's from both sides. But we needed some rule, we needed a process, and she lead so well this part. But also we have been networking, of course, with all the other incredible projects that are working for the protection of the marine environment. And Antonella Servidio from Triton has been leading this part of connection between the different projects in order to highlight as much as possible the common goal and try to work in the same direction. So thank you, Francesco.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Francesco Tomasinelli from Triton Research, and I'm caring about the communication effort in Live CONCEPTU MARIS. And that means doing all sorts of things like caring about the website, the social contents, keeping contact with journalists, building videos and picture archives, events, and so on. Here in the blue line, I summarized the most, the newest things about the 2025. That means doing the layman report and new documentaries and videos, more on this later, and building a stronger relationship with the shipping companies. But before going on, I would like to summarize a little what was working better in the communication effort, because has a lot to do with the scientific part. And the very first part that I've seen, it worked really well, especially in the first part of the project, was building a nice picture archive and some video. And I must thank a lot CIMA Foundation, because was the first one to provide us with very nice picture of animal in action. And later, with the first trip, we managed to build a growing archive of scientists in action too. But in the first part, CIMA was very helpful, providing part of the contents. And that's very useful, because usually The media are very interested, the journalists are very interested in this kind of contents, and they don't have anymore a big budget. So if you can provide them with free materials, they are very happy, and they give you a lot more space in the magazine and on TV. And the second part is citizen science has been extremely successful in the communication effort, because almost everybody likes this kind of content of young people, maybe more female, that's even better, going around doing science. And that's perfect for communication. So we had very nice result on social network website and media sharing this kind of contents. And the third part is the field report for the scientist. By you, I received a lot of material of this kind, sometimes even with very interesting video and picture, and this is very precious for the communication effort, because you can use this kind of material to pass more complex concept about, for example, the species distribution model and so on. So that's very effective, as some of this material, maybe focusing on single species, had very nice result on social network. And last part in the green line, written no self-celebration. That's not a bad thing. I mean, that means if you speak about, for example, a meeting or you have been, for example, to the Congress of Ornithology, you tell, okay, we have been to the Congress of Ornithology, we went together, but you share some of the contents. And in the Congress of Ornithology, we shared the information about these things. For example, an estimate of the population of shearwater in open sea. So the reader on the website, on the social, maybe he's not interested in our meeting, but he want to know more about the species and the scientific effort. So we try to include this kind of information, even in this, I can say, self-celebration content. And about website, most of the contents having the better results focused on citizen science activity are the red dots. And we had some success in sharing content about the photo contest, especially in summer. This is very seasonal because the contest open in summer and close in September usually. So this is a very seasonal contest, but most of the interest on the website was focused on citizen science contents. And this number you see here, 30,000, are not pages, but are different people checking contents on the website in the year of the project since 2022. And for the social network, yes, some of the number are huge, looks very big, but to be fair with you, I must say, we use promotion too. That means paying Meta to give a higher rating to our contents. And that means when you scroll on the cell phone, our contents tend to have a better position, so people see them more times. So probably 2/3 of the traffic this year, for example, is generated by this kind of promotion. It's real people checking the contents, but we have an improvement over people that is not sponsoring contents because our posts are pushed by the system, and it's not a big expense, few hundreds euro for a year, for example, but it can give you a real boost. So it's very, very useful. And again, citizen science contents are very much appreciated. And I told you something about the videos before. You have seen one of them today, that's Reading the Blue. We did the second project documentary too this year, that's been released and promoted in spring, and that's a very, how can I say, general content aimed at the general public, while the second one you have seen Reading the Blue is relatively new, is more aimed at events like this one, as people there's a scientific interest, is a condensation of the scientific result, has not been promoted yet online. We will do after this event to speak about the event too. That's a good channel to promote some of the scientific documentation we have seen today. And we did two free contents for the European Cetacean Conference, one for each year that's been displayed. You have seen one of them, that was the information chain. Those are already online and we've been widely promoted. Anyway, all the material is included on the website, project website, and even on a YouTube channel. Not all the videos are promoted on YouTube, so you can see huge difference in numbers. That's why, for example, for the longer documentaries, we use YouTube, while the other are loaded on YouTube too, to have an archive, so everybody can find them, but the number are very, very limited because we are using them on social networks. So the number you see here, like the 300,000 and more are generated, but all this traffic together, and a big part is on social network too. And we had some success with the general media. Here I presented some of the most recent articles or TV services at, for example, the TG5, the general television. See here the number 2.5 million, but I consider just a fraction of this in the KPI, because people looking at this kind of content is very distracted. So it's very unfair to say, okay, we had 3 million viewers, maybe it's 10% of them or less. So in the KPI, I consider just a fraction of this general content. And same for Corriere della Sera, for example, the total viewers are huge. We have no very precise idea of the people looking at our specific content on Corriere della Sera. So I consider just always a tiny fraction of the number. And for the events, we counted more than 10,000 people, even for some of the events that were very big. We consider just a fraction discounting, but some were attended by a lot of interested people. I remember Nave dei Libri on Grimaldi ferry boat with Roberto, for example, raised a lot of interest among the visitors, the travelers that participated in the live survey and the projection of the documentaries and so on. And we did some activity, as mentioned before, with the shipping companies and with events on the ship, and we produced even specific videos for them with their logo and everything, and even posters to be loaded on the boats while they are traveling. But I have no specific number about them. It's too difficult to keep track of how many people saw this kind of video, how many people looked at the poster. So I didn't include them in the final KPI, but probably they raised some interest on the boat and at shipping companies events. And we produced the gadgets too, and we even stamped the photo contest picture, and tomorrow we will show them. We did a stamp of all of them in the Teatro Palladium, and it's a small and quite nice exhibition that's perfect for an event for this one. And I have some gadget, if you want some of them. I have even some precious things like cups, and maybe you can approach me later about this. And the final number, that's for the general media, that's an estimate. The one on the website and on social network are very precise, but look at the number of the events is small, but this is very dedicated people, and it counts much more than the people of the social network. Most of the traffic is just people scrolling, and less than 10% probably pay attention to the content, and far less than 1% give a like or something like this. So the number are huge, but you should not be too impressed by this number. While more than 10,000 people at event is very good, and was very positively impressed by this. And here I summarize the total number. What remains to do in this last month? We have some very good news. For example, the pygmy sperm whale is a very interesting news, and some of the data emerging today, and I will share them with journalists in a later press release, and we will do some video promotion work later, and we will care about the afterlife activity. That means updating the website and the social network. Less often, but we will keep on with this effort. And it's over. Thank you.
And thank you, Francesco, and also for your patience, because it has not always been easy to combine what the scientists want to say and what other people want to listen. So I know that you have been filtering us a lot, but we managed to find a balance. And thank you. And that's because you are in the between the science communication and the science. That was possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Lara, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Lara Carosso. I'm from Capo Carbonara Marine Protected Area. Okay. And today I will speak about citizen science. So, the citizen science campaign started in 2023. Initially, according to the timeline, the action was planned to last 2 years, 2023 and 2024. Okay. However, due to the strong interest shown by the public, many partners decided to continue and carry on with citizen training also during 2025. The activity was carried out on 17 routes across the Mediterranean, involving 3 different countries offshore, Italy, France, and Spain. The routes are managed by 8 different project partners and served by 8 different ferry companies. The campaign was developed following 4 main steps. The first step concerned the development of guidelines to standardize among partners a voluntary recruitment and citizen engagement program, as well as a unified training methodology, and the creation of training material in 4 different languages. The second step was the creation of a dedicated citizen science page on the project website, where citizens can find all information about the routes and how to get involved. The third step consisted of recruitment volunteers through an effective outreach campaign using media, social network, dedicated events, and participation of national and international conferences. And the fourth step was about the training, the theoretical and practical training based on standardized protocol, appropriate measurement tools, and species identification sheets, with continuous support from expert researchers and biologists. The theoretical training is organized with the delivery of material that allowed volunteers to self-train. And then there was the practical component, includes at least 1 citizen on board experience to apply the knowledge gained. The results of 3 years of activity has been very positive. Regarding the recruitment campaign, numerous opportunities were created to raise awareness of the project and the citizen science activities. Over 3-year period, 7 events were organized by the partners for voluntary recruitment. 19 public events focused on the CONCEPTU MARIS project, which also included the citizen science topics, and 5 participation in national and international conferences. Furthermore, the dedicated citizen science page on the website, as well as the various posts published, reach high. Sorry. Okay, thank you. Okay, the recruitment result has been outstanding over 3 years. We received a total of 477 applications. Analyzing the type of citizens interested, it emerged that the majority were women, accounting for 71% compared to 29% men. Not only did the people from the 3 project countries show interest in the topic, but also individuals from 8 other countries, demonstrating that the conservation of cetacean and sea turtle is an issue with global appeal. Regarding the Regarding age group, 16% of applicants were between 18 and 29, but a significant 40% were older, showing that this topic attracts people of all ages. Even more interesting is the analysis of occupation. Although most volunteers were students, many of whom were studying subjects related to the environmental sector, as expected, since several project partners are university or research centers. Almost 14% were not students employed in fields unrelated to the environment. Consider the number of trained citizens. A total of 304 volunteers completed the theoretical training, while 171 participants completed the full training program, including a practical part on board the ferry with experts and researchers. Although this number may not seem very high, given the large number of applications received, when taking into account logistical difficulties, sometimes no good weather condition, and the fact that many partners could bring only 1 voluntary on board at a time, the number achieved is actually very significant. In fact, the initial project target was 60 participants, a goal that has been widely exceeded. Furthermore, following their onboard experience, many volunteers have expressed interest in continuing to participate in the activity, offering their availability for future initiative. This gives us the opportunity to form a dedicated support team for the experts, ensuring an active long-term contribution to the conservation of cetacean and sea turtle species. At the end of the 2 years of Planet project activities, for the final action report, we wanted to obtain an evaluation of the citizen science action from both partners and participants through 2 different questionnaires tailored to the recipients, expert or voluntary. The questionnaires included the question on 4 different topics: training material, recruitment campaign, theoretical training, and practical training. The feedback and evaluation collected allowed us to identify the strengths and weaknesses of the activity. This will enable us to design future citizen science activity in the best possible way. To conclude, we would like to highlight the take-home lessons from this experience. The first is that the project topic and target species generate great interest and participation, as demonstrated by the high number of applications received from a different range of people. Then managing numerous partners and different routes represent a significant organizational challenge, and the diversity of voluntaries require flexible and personalized training approaches. The great enthusiasm shown by the most motivated citizens, those who participate multiple times and expressed the willingness to continue in the future, demonstrates how positive and fulfilling this experience can be. Finally, we observed that training, even just the theoretical part, is essential to raising awareness of environmental issues, while also increasing a greater sense of responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Lara. Thank you, Capo Carbonara, for all the work, the long-standing work since a lot of time. And probably has been already said that the training for the navigation staff, but also the training developed for citizen science will remain available within the training section of ISPRA. Elena will show this later. So this is something that we continue and we last forever and ever again. And Antonella Servidio not only lead the part of networking and coordinating and joining effort with the other project, but she also helped us. She's the managing coordinator of the project manager. And so thank you, Antonella, for all your work and all your patience and getting us all together.
Thank you too. I'm really proud of you.
And I must say, it wasn't really an easy task. So thank you.
Thanks. Okay, good afternoon to everyone. Thanks for the clapping. I'm really proud of you and all the work that you have been done. And I'd like to share with you how networking has been one of the driving forces behind the long-term sustainability of CONCEPTU MARIS. I'll focus on how collaboration and knowledge transfer and capacity building have turned a scientific project into a scalable model for marine biodiversity monitoring across the Mediterranean. Some of the aspects have already been presented in the previous talks, but I'd like to make a collection and underline them in a complete and big picture. It's not self-celebrating, but I think there are many things we must say. Okay. As you know, CONCEPTU MARIS has created a cost-effective, low-impact monitoring modeling using ferries as floating observatories. And by combining different tools like visual surveys, eDNA, isotopes, and open asset data system, we'll build one of the most comprehensive data set on marine megafauna with zero additional emissions. And a key element of sustainability has been also our ability to integrate and harmonize fragmented data set, including historical data from the FLT network, creating a standardized system with long-term value. And networking has been essential from the very beginning, not only during the project, but even before it started. Actually, Life CONCEPTU MARIS was actually built on the long-standing collaboration among partners who brought their own experience, methodologies, and historical data set from FLT network.
This shared experience gave us a strong foundation and a common language to start from. Throughout the project, networking continued to connect ministries, researchers, NGO, and maritime companies across Italy, France, and Spain, ensuring comparability of methods, real policy relevance, and continuity beyond the project funding. But the success of the project is not only measured by what we achieved during the project, but by also
un'altra presentazione interessante sul DNA ambientale.
I'm not interested. You want to move to the other conference? Okay, I was saying that is really important for us is the big success of the project is also measured by what will continue afterwards. Then there is an afterlife plan that ensures that these methodologies, infrastructure, and networks created during the project will remain active and productive. As already mentioned, maintaining permanent monitoring, updating data tools, strengthening cooperation, replicating the model in other Mediterranean sub-region and maybe global seas. This creates a truly long-lasting legacy. Of course, the FLT network is a backbone of our sustainability strategy. It has been renewed for the following years and expanding new routes and country and formally recognized under ACOBAN's resolution. And here I would like to emphasize the crucial role of the 6 maritime companies, their long-standing collaboration, their willingness to open their routes to scientific monitoring, and their operational support have made this entire network possible. The involvement of this company at all levels, their management, captains, crews, is the key example of how industry and science can work together for marine conservation. And their engagement continues to inspire new partners to join the network. Network is also fuels innovation. We, through memorandum of understanding with the institution, with the project, we built a permanent interoperable infrastructure for marine biodiversity monitoring. Around 10 memorandum of understanding have been signed already and more have been on the way. We have also multiple collaboration involving data sharing, expertise, joint analysis, and mutual communication across partner websites and social channels, increasing visibility and impact. The open exchange gives CONCEPTU MARIS a strong, long-lasting scientific legacy, closely connected to the real maritime operations. And of course, we have to mention the advisory board that has been the heart of our networking power, a truly Mediterranean community that brings together partners and 30 members of national ministries, scientific institution, NGO, and of course, companies, ferry companies. Throughout regular meetings and open dialogues, it transformed a technical project into a shared mission where science, policy, and industry work hand to hand. Looking beyond the end of the project, one of our main goals also is to ensure that CONCEPTU MARIS, with its results, continues to have a voice in the main international regional policy areas. Project partners will continue to participate actively in scientific committees and thematic working groups under, for example, ACOBAMS and Pelago Sanctuary. Of course, partner will also maintain direct collaboration with the national ministries, agency, ensuring full alignment between project outcomes and national biodiversity and marine conservation strategies. During this final year, many meetings online and in person have already supported policy dialogue and visibility at regional, international level. From citizen science to ship crew, CONCEPTU MARIS built a real capacity that will last. The training models will be kept available and are now embedded in ferry company system. And of course, the guideline, CONCEPTU MARIS guidelines developing with the Impel and Orca are already being used in other seas bases. And of course, networking means also engaging people. As Francesco said, we reached millions through publication, conference, to documentaries and strong online presence. Our websites and social channel will stay active after the end of the project, ensuring continuity, visibility, and awareness. Networking has proven to be a powerful tool for sustainability. It has allowed us to replicate and transfer cost-effective methodologies, build trust among institutions, and inspire new generation of ocean stewards. Thank you, and let's continue. We hope together.
Of course. Okay, we are coming to the end of the presentation, and Elena, which has been working very hard in ISPRA to maintain all this huge project, will help us bringing the bridge between what we have been doing and what you will help us to think for the future. So Elena will make the last presentation, then please the partner, if you can come here, and I will go there with the microphone, and at the end of Elena presentation, we wait for your comments. So
thank you.
Me ne vado io. Prego, la dottoressa.
So we are all. You are fine.
Yeah, I don't know you, but I feel a little bit scared. I don't know all this. I mean, it's like two of you guys.
So
I mean, no, we need more better.
Yeah.
Siete veramente troppe donne.
So let's go. Fulvio? So let's go to the final discussion. I will try to give some notes, some possible ideas for the discussion. Okay. I will start from these slides because I think that the vision of the future is more easy when we start from a robust roots. And in our case, our roots that represent our past, it's really clear for us. As you listen in the other presentation, one of the beating heart of our network is the FLTMed network, which born in 2007. A strong, high-skilled and collaborative partnership, probably because it's most female, I don't know. And a cost-effective and shared protocol, because our protocols comes from a long story beginning many years ago, and it sharing it with the other, all the great partnership we had consolidated and updated this protocol. And the last point is a strong collaboration with ferry company that, as was highlighted by ferry companies, is quite a partnership, a friendship now. It's more than a partnership. And starting from our roots, we can more easily see the direction we want to go to. So what about our future? We want to expand FLTMed network, as many presentation said, show you. Antonella said video before me and many other of our colleagues. And we want to offer continuous training, not only for researchers, but also to maritime operators. And as Paola said in her presentation, the course will be available on their platform. And also the citizen science course will be available at after the end of the project on ISPRA platform. So we want to we want to build up a continuous training dedicated to different public in order to expand the competence and the efficiency of our observers and of our network. And another important point for our future is to ensure that the new knowledge we gathered during our project informs effective national and international conservation policy. And as we see and listen during all the day, one of the main instruments for do this is the strong networking and also stakeholders engagement built up with all the main stakeholders involved in the project. And the last point that was also highlighted in the morning during the official greeting is to the financial point. And we choose to adopt a diversified financial strategy. So for us, our vision for the future could be summarized in one sentences: from a project to a long-lasting approach. It is our main goal for the future. So the main instrument, as was presented deeply by Antonella said video before me, is the afterlife plan. With afterlife plan, we try to design a strategy composed by 5 interconnected action lines in order to ensure
sustainability and expansion of CONCEPTU MARIS model, because as we can see during the day, CONCEPTU MARIS have built up a model, an approach, a big approach with which include many aspects and different level of the society, of the research. So the first line, action lines, is expansion the international networks. So if someone here in the room and also connected by the link is interested to join our network, we are really, really interested in build a wider network. And also during the project, we have added new partners, for example, from Spain, the IEO, CISC, that is the the institute. Okay, Istituto Oceanografico of Spain, and many other. We are working hard with the help of Marta to add to our network, for example, new partners from Greece. So we are trying hard to, in particular, to reach the east part of the Mediterranean, that is our dark side of the moon till now. So the second action lines is the scientific innovation and data. And before me, both Christian and Alessia and also Alice have perfectly and deeply showed to us the permanent digital infrastructure which can ensure both the to share fair data, but also a long-standing and long-term system which can share our data from with different audience, from the researcher team to the authorities, because the DSS is directed mostly to the different level of authorities, national, regional, and local, to inform their decision. And the third action line is the institutional engagement, and the advisory board is the key instrument in order to ensure the long-term linking between science and policy. And it's the way that we think it's the best way to inform effectively the conservation strategies with our work, our results. The fourth action line is the training and capacity building. And as we say before, the main concept of these action lines is to make a training course permanent. And the last action lines is the replicability and scalability. In few words, it consists in transfer the model, CONCEPTU MARIS model, to other marine contents through guidelines. That is one of our deliverables, the last one, the bigger one, and also through strategic partnership. So this is our lines, action lines for the future to realize our vision of the future. As we can heard before from Antonella, in the next 5 years, we want to expand FLT MedNet at different level. For example, we have updated the protocols based on the main results, main insights come from CONCEPTU MARIS project. We want to add new partners from many other different Mediterranean countries, but also we are looking beyond the Mediterranean, and we start beginning to contact, for example, the Caribbean areas and French Polynesia one. And another important thing is we want to expand the potential of our network to support the international agreements. For example, the ACOBANS Resolution 8.10 and UNEP MAP, transferring our methodology to the southern part of the Mediterranean. So, as we have spoken wide about the Marine EDN Bank and Common Database and Decision Support System. And I want to underline once more that the main point of this infrastructure is that they are permanent. So their function won't end at the end of the project, but will go after. And this is quite a critic and important point, and also more critic. It's necessary to ensuring financial sustainability to our work, and we have chosen a diversified strategy. What it means that we try to seek for new funding opportunities at different levels, at European level. And as we say in the morning, we have submitted under LIFE 2025 a new proposal, LIFE CONCEPTU MARIS Plus. But we will try exploring opportunities also with Biodiversa Plus and Interreg program, and also with IMPEL, that is another kind of funding at European level. We also use national fundings, came from the application of EU directive, in particular Marine Strategy Frame Directive and Habitat Directive, to ensure the long-term monitoring activities. And the third level is the local level. Thanks to our strong partnership with maritime stakeholders, we received in-kind contribution from ferry companies. So it's another way to financial our activities. So as we listen in the morning, the financial point is a pivotal one. In particular, as our colleagues from the ministry, environmental ministry, say to us, we need to try to save life program, and I think that a diversified strategy could be also an alternative way to to seek for new found, but I don't know, we try. And so some points that I take from the other. Okay, so the final proposal is to write future together. So I will leave the floor to Antonella.
Not to me, to you.
Antonella and all the room. So to. Io faccio solo la valletta. Okay.
So thank you, and we really would like, they would like to have some questions from you.
or some comments. I know that there are a lot of people that have a beautiful project and program and are managing different program that can also connect with what we have been doing. So I know that it's a little bit late, but it's your turn. Someone want to step in. No more coffee. Yes, thank you.
Hello, I am William Boussela. I'm coming from Tunisia, but postdoc at Station Zoologica Antandorn, working on marine strategy project on marine litter monitoring through the use of sea turtle. First of all, congratulations for this output, for this project, really very nice, and I hope you can make the CONCEPTU MARIS plus. For the long-term monitoring, I'm thinking if for the CONCEPTU MARIS plus, if there is some protocol or another approach about using sonar technology or mapping for the monitoring of species and also the marine litter. And the second approach, if there is the use of AI to identify marine litter through photo that can be taken from boats. This is the two questions. Other curious question about the EDNI for the distance of sampling from the ship or from the ferry, and also the deep, because I think we are focusing on monitoring in surface, and I think we can go deeper and we can have a lot of results and more strong monitoring. Thank you.
So I think Fulvio and Elena could answer.
The nice thing is that I can reply to at the office because we work together. And no, definitely in CONCEPTU MARIS plus, not two, CONCEPTU MARIS plus, there will be specific action devoted to use of new technology, both to monitor large vertebrate. Not sonar technology, is actually based on multispectral camera that, so it's a different signal, but still they are able to detect everything, all the large marine vertebrate at the surface, mostly cetacean. With sea turtle, nobody has yet tried that kind of approach, but we are confident that we can at least try. The basic idea is to use this multispectral camera that will be installed on the top of the ferry just to scan all the day continuously the 360 degree around the ship to detect everything that is at least at the surface. As I said, and we need to collect a lot of images because, as Rafael told us before, the main issue right now to use the AI to analyze those videos is that there are not enough reference images that have been, collected and that they represent that species, so that the machine can learn. But if they were going to fund the project in 4 years' time, we will get enough images to do that. And just for the litter on the other side, in CONCEPTU MARIS plus, there is another action, innovative action that is going to be developed. Is going to develop a camera system to automatically record the strip under the ferry, the area where we monitor the litter, and then through a machine learning algorithm detect the kind of litter that is inside the strip. So that is all we would like to do with the new proposal. Let's cross the finger that it gets funded.
Elena, can you answer?
So hello, thank you for the question. Very interesting. Definitely, it will be interesting to know what is happening deep down in the sea, because it's a huge environment, three-dimensional environment. The problem is that we won't be able to do this if the project is on the ferries, because the ferries are moving and there is no way to get samples from deep dive. I mean, there are studies doing this, but then you will need a stable, like a vessel that can stop, and then you can dive, use these rosettes of Niskin bottles. Many other researchers do this, and you collect samples in the same spot at different depths. So that's definitely interesting, but it will be very difficult if we want to still use the ferries as an opportunistic platform. However, also if the target of the study remains cetaceans, cetaceans are perfect to be studied with environmental DNA because they do come regularly to the surface to breathe. So they will keep a sign of their passage on the surface, so we don't need to go too deep down. And also we are still, digesting of this big amount of data. And if we get, an extra parameter, which will be the depth, will be even more. So let's grow by stage and see. Thank you.
So, question, comments, ideas for collaboration? Luca. Everything was clear. That's it.
No, it's not a question. It's a comment, because this experience shows us that ferry can help a lot to collect data that serve scientists, of course, but also the life. Not the project, the life, the real life. And we focus here on cetacean and turtles, but we know that when we discuss also with ministries and the Office for Biodiversity in France, they said that the network can be enhanced and can last if it focus not only on cetacean and turtles, but also seabirds, sharks, and everything. And we have already such kind of data. So I hope we can enlarge mola, yes, of course, sunfish, and we can extend the scope of what we are collecting, and still it will last forever and ever. Thank you.
Yes, but what about the next life, the project life? It will remain?
Yes, we'll see. Obviously, as our general director said, we try to work as Italy and in particular as Ministry of Environment and Energy Security for try to save life, but we need your help. We need the help of all the stakeholders and all the other member states. At this moment, as you probably know, we have a negotiation within the European Council for the member states, obviously, and also negotiations within the European Parliament. So everyone can do its part in saving life. As our general director said, at the moment we call for a standalone life program because it's the only way to properly save life for all the European themes relating to environment, climate, nature, and biodiversity, with a particular focus on nature restoration law, as you said. And what is not functioning in this proposal? there are no secure money for the LIFE program in the first pillar of the new proposal for the budget, the long-term budget of the European Union. The first pillar is the pillar where you can find the agriculture policy and the cohesion policy. And as you probably know, it's difficult for LIFE action to compete with this kind of big policy in every member state. On the other side, the Commission proposed to put some LIFE action, not all the LIFE action, but just what they say key LIFE activities or actions in the European Competitiveness Fund. That is obviously a fund primarily devoted to industry companies, but in LIFE you have lots of different stakeholders and actors and beneficiaries, including civil society, research institutes, including institutions, public institutions from all different level, national, regional, local, and across all sectors, obviously. And so we think that it's not the proper place for LIFE. LIFE is, you know, at the moment, European program directly managed by European Commission. So maybe there is a reason, because it used to finance project with an high added value, project that can involve also different partners from everywhere in Europe or in third countries participating in LIFE, but also project that can be financed in a single member state, but that can be replicated elsewhere, and that have a solution that are good for every context in European Union. So we think that LIFE is functioning well. It's one of the best European program. And why to change something that it's now functioning so good? It doesn't make sense. And it doesn't make sense because you don't provide secure money for LIFE, and you don't provide legally binding provision to finance LIFE action, neither in the first pillar or in the second pillar. So we are very worried about that, and we try to collaborate with other member states that can help to put our position in the official negotiating fora. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the link must be done also with Spain, because I think also Spain is one of the main country of running LIFE project. Italy and Spain, I think. Yeah. For all the member states.
Because you know, you can have a LIFE project also in Montenegro, North Macedonia, Ukraine, and also Iceland. So it's not just a program for Italian beneficiaries, but for all the European citizens and for their environment, their nature and biodiversity, and their health.
So we need to advocate for maintaining and please to help me, the ministry, definitely. Yeah. Okay, I will. Yeah, there are just few, so please, if you do not want to talk, put your poster, and we'd like to have some other comments if you come here. Come here to don't comment.
Antonella, congratulations for your great results and for this important project. I knew that CONCEPTU MARIS has strong
had a great overlap. Today I heard the confirmation. We work on the same goal. We like to protect biodiversity, Mediterranean biodiversity. So I think that Strong Sea will have another year of works. So I think that we can continue to do something together. First of all, I think it's a rule, we have to share data. We can overlap our results. The first things that I think, and that said also Cecilia, you can help us to identify priority area, and we can explain how to face the threat of ghost nets. Is a good synergy, in my opinion. It's important to stress this aspect. And also, we have to share data. We can also, Strong Sea will prepare a database, a final database. We can imagine overlap more layers on this tool. And also communication, very important. We have good results in school, so we can imagine also to share your videos, your results, your questionnaire in schools with pupils, but also with teachers. I think that's important if we can work on synergy. The goal is the same, to protect environment, to protect biodiversity. So it's important working together also in your afterlife and in our final life. Thank you very much for today.
Thank you. And that's a really actually a good idea also to add your layer, your final layer into the decision support system. And so Alicia is nodding. So yes, definitely that's something. And we have been analyzing the map, and we show the map for all the marine litter together. There is exposure for the marine litter, but we can extract the one that coming from a fishery in particular. So we can
provide an important tools for institutional, for who have to face protection and also to face threats as litter in general. Is a tool complete that could be very, very important for our sea, for our Mediterranean.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you. Someone else wants to comment something? Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Valentina Rastelli from ISPRA. First of all, congrats for the outcomes of the projects. I know you personally, so I know how hard you worked in the last years to fulfill, to reach of the goals of the project. So really, congrats for all your work. Maybe I could just add a suggestion for you. I attend usually in the last years the conference of the parties of the Convention on Biological Diversity. I am sure that your activities could be of interest also to the parties of the convention outside Europe, of course. So a suggestion could be to use the week during the conference of the parties to present the results, especially the outcomes of your project. I mean, for example, the DSS, the protocols that you performed, all the part of the activities on the environmental DNA. I think it's a new. No, it's a new issue. It's a new subject. It could be very, very interesting also for the other parties. So I can suggest you to use and to maybe to present, to organize a side event or to rent a desk. There are desks during the conference outside the conference rooms where project like yours have presented the results of the posters or something like that. So take into consideration this.
Thank you, Valentina. That's I think it's a critical point, because definitely that's something, the work we have been done definitely is all around the Mediterranean Sea, not only Europe, but also we like to look at the bigger picture, because the CBD is definitely asking for conserving biodiversity. And that's, I think, also a strong driver to let Europe continue with a program that is working. It's one of the few around the world that can continue collecting and giving data and conserving the biodiversity. And in a global view, Europe was, we hope will continue to be a leader on this sense. And if we look at all the data on biodiversity around the world, there are a big, huge red spot in Europe, and that was because of the life or the directive that Europe has that are not so common in the other countries. So that's something that I think must be connected. That's and the practical idea. That's another good idea. Funds. Take note, because they are always okay. Capacity building is something that we can do. Yes, thank you, Valentina, and definitely the larger picture is the best one. And also, thanks to the fact, I don't know if the ferry company, no one is there, but they cross ocean, across continent, so we can enlarge our trip. 20 days at sea, yes. No, thank you. And other beautiful ideas, yes. Okay, from the university point of view, you gave us already some good tip. Okay, I don't know. Paola.
You mentioned universities, and I think today we talked a lot about training the crew members, training citizens, and we forgot to mention that we actually trained also a lot of new future researchers, because to our activities, I think at least 30, even more maybe, master students and bachelor students and PhD students have taken part to this. So I think this has not been mentioned, but a lot of universities, I would say all over the world, because I mean, we have had students from Brunei, Thailand, New Zealand, really from all over the world, joining the Life CONCEPTU MARIS project as researchers and observers. So this is also an aspect that we should stress more, I think.
Working on Life Turtle project in Tunisia for 2 years or 3 years. So during this project, we have one action about the monitoring of GhostNet for the first time in Tunisia. And during the project, we have produced the first paper on the results of monitoring in Tunisia, particularly in the Gulf of Gabes, which is the main foraging area for carita and also the hotspot of Posidonia. So during this project, we have publishing 2 papers. The first about the results of monitoring of ghost gears, and then the code of conduct for the fishery management of GhostNet in Tunisia. After, I'm starting working a bit to continue on the GhostNet problems, and because it's a huge problem really in the Gulf of Gabes, is the amount of ghost net there is really very, very huge. So I am member of the GGI, the Global Ghost Gear Initiative, and this year we are selected for the grant for the GhostNet Code of Conduct implementation in Tunisia, and also to continue a bit on the monitoring of the GhostNet. So I'm thinking how we can put this, because we have produced the heat maps of GhostNet in the Gulf of Gabes. So how we can put this data in with ISPRA or with also results of CONCEPTU MARIS. I think this is very important for the litter.
And I think this is a question for the strong sea. Ciao. Okay, they have also some heat map on GhostNet in Tunisia. So you can connect. Yes, we will give you the contact. Actually, okay, we will put you in contact. And I want to say that we were in contact with l'Association Tunisienne de la Vie Sauvage, and we will have a training in springtime along the Palermo-Tunisi, and they will start the monitoring along the Tunisi-Civitavecchia route. So they will join the FLTs soon. So that's nice. So whoever else has some idea also to start a new route, just stay in contact with us. Okay. I think it's done. And we thank you very much.
Hello. I think we missed just one thing, last thing, because of course we are really proud of our project and thank you very much to be here. But we would like to thank a person that made everything this possible, with impressive work and impressive scientific leadership ability. And this is Antonella Arcangeli, of course. A great job. And let's do it again.
Finished. Okay, tomorrow party. Tomorrow colors and party at the theater. If you want to join us, we will be happy. We will talk in Italian. Also Tony. And also Lea. Okay, so a very informal event tomorrow at the Palladium Theater in Garbatella. In the afternoon. Domani. Tu l'hai fatta apposta perché